55650.1. With repairs and upgrades to the Tenshi completed, we are docked at Earth Space Dock to take on some passengers heading to DS-17. The Tenshi's new top speed should make the journey back to DS-17 within a week rather than almost a month. I certainly look forward to what lays ahead of us and to seeing the various passengers we will be working with in the time come. End log.
All right, we're gonna start the scene off on the bridge. It is sort of midday. Guys have been taking on passengers and equipment inbound for Deep Space 17. But other than that, it has been rather light as most of the crew have reported back in for duty. The ship is scheduled to depart ESD by the end of the day.
And we have secured the civilian passengers and whatnot on board as well.
They're not all on board yet, so that's why you're not departing to the end of the day. But as they come on board, you're like giving them guest quarters or locations to where you've made room for them, essentially.
Have they all been through the proper security screening by our security staff? Solana's awful paranoid for Vulcan. I swear.
Needs to refresh his Colinar.
I think Starfleet security on the station's already swept them.
Yes, the station security has already swept them. Made sure that they're not going to bring any sort of nefarious devices on board.
Say it's about mid-shift, GM?
Yes.
Okay. That steps out to the bridge briefly. Commander, I'll be taking my lunch in my quarters. Contact me if you need me for anything.
Just got
Kind of looks around the room briefly, see if anyone looks alarmed or staring at their consoles intently, but we're at ESD, so that's unlikely. So unless someone waves him down, he'll head to the turbolift.
Raised up, bro.
If there's nothing of import in engineering, then I will help with getting people on board and where they need to be.
Sarissa, your comm panel kind of buzzes you for an incoming communication.
From?
It is marked personal, addressed to you.
Is this an audio thing or a text thing?
It is a text thing.
Just shift that to a pad rather than on the security station.
Okay, you do that.
Quiet day, so I'll shift to a pad and look over it.
The message reads from a one Alan Fox, someone you've never met, requesting that he meet with you to discuss some matter of importance.
Well, that could say the middle of my duty shift at the moment. But this is when I am off. Insert X time here, and unless it is more urgent than that.
In the message, it kind of reads like, he wishes to discuss something with you before you depart. So.
When we're departing before the end of shift?
You're departing by end of day, so.
Their shift ends before the end of the day. Yeah. Just message back a time at the end of shift because that is the responsible thing to do.
He marks a bar location at ESD for your convenience.
Okay. Take a note of that. And yeah. Mild tail flicking.
All right, let's see. So we'll go over to Theater of the Mind with Lieutenant Laren. Or Lieutenant Commander Laren. You're currently at the docking clamp area where passenger or people are loading in, and it's quite busy. There's quite a few loading in, carrying as much luggage with them as possible, as well as
Hey, Solon, your mic's hot.
I don't think he's even sitting down.
Don't worry, I have the power of the admin. Oh wait, he's not an admin. He can't unmute himself.
No.
Normally I don't. Yeah, well, I'll do it anyways, and he can ask to be unmuted.
So yes, there's quite a few people, and it seems a little disorganized as several of the crew members are hastily trying to get everyone to where they belong.
It's just a comedy of errors because now my caps are stuck on caps lock. It looks like I'm mad at Solon. Say it again.
Solon, your mic is still hot, but there is quite a lot of people, and it's very disorganized. As crew members are trying desperately to get everyone to their designated location.
I'm gonna round up a couple of senior enlisted or
So
junior
where'd you go?
officers.
This kid.
And see if I can't get us organized.
Presence command difficulty of 2.
Take a threat.
So early for threat. I like it.
We don't have any momentum.
Yeah, it's true. Does the roll stand?
There's nothing I can do about that.
You gather what you can, so I'll allow the roll to succeed at cost, but you're not able to gather everyone because some of them seem to be lost in a crowd as they're trying to direct people. A few of them come up to you and go, yes, ma'am, because they're sort of out of breath and it's like they've been doing this all day.
Let's clear this hallway. Let's use one of the labs down the hall so people can go there and get their room assignments and find what decks they need to go to. I'm going to keep this area open so more people can get on board.
Yes, ma'am. And a couple of them rush over to get in and start, shouting down like, "Hey, we're gonna move everybody into the science lab for get their location." And they start doing that, and it takes a bit for congestion to ease up a bit, and eventually it starts flowing smoothly.
Yeah, I'm going to stay down here and keep things running until they're finished.
Anything anybody else has something they wish to do?
Vogel is just going to be on the getting status update for the departure checklist.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
She's going to be getting status updates from all the department heads to ensure that they are ready to depart.
Most departments come back clear and good to go, except for essentially the quartermaster who is overloaded right now.
And I'm sure a few of the civilians are still waiting to board.
The captain's going to enjoy his lunch with Rama. He works a bit, probably set a couple of appointments for some of the civilian experts for the next couple of days, because we're going to be passing through fairly safe Federation space for a while, so it'll give me a chance to talk to them and stuff. Figure out who's going to the station, who's coming out with us, what kind of stuff are they intending to do, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I had to clear my throat for a second.
As you're enjoying your nice lunch with Rama, and you hear a chime at your door to your quarters.
briefly glances at his pad to see if he had an appointment that he forgot about.
There's no appointment.
1 second, dear. Puts his pad down. You know, most captains tell people to set appointments like this, but I'm the smart one who had to invite people to come to my door and chime it whenever they need to talk to me.
You did say that, yeah.
Presses the button to open the door.
When you open the door, stands Kai. Am I intruding? Because she kind of like got the quick psychic glance, like, oh, might be something you really want to do. You're enjoying with someone.
No, please, have a seat. He gestures over there, resumes eating his food, but continues looking over at her.
She takes a seat. Like she kind of looks to Rama. Nice to meet you. Kai. I just want to thank you, Captain, for allowing me to stay on board and act as a liaison for my people.
No, it's fine. I mean, you're the foremost expert in the region, and if nothing else, you may be better for you to learn what has transpired in the last while for yourself than waiting for the next Federation news outlet to update you. I appreciate you coming out with us to help us.
I still feel like I'm in your debt. Is there anything I should be doing? I'm relatively new at this. That you require of me.
Well, I would suggest, since you're a civilian expert aboard the ship, you fall under the purview of our operations officer, Lieutenant Sarah Vogel. But if you want to get a little bit of a head start on your work, at the end of the day, Lieutenant Vogel will be able to direct you where you need to go. The department needs your help the most, but if you go to our astronavigation department, the computer can guide you. If you go to our astronavigation department, you could possibly fill in our navigators on that area of space, what you know, and try to compare notes with them. If that doesn't seem particularly interesting at the moment, I'm sure that the operations department could use some updates on the protocols and etiquette of the region or what you know of the area. Lastly, medical can always use help in minor training and such. And just if you're not feeling well, if you're not sure what needs to be done, medical is usually a good place to stop by that can always use extra help. And at the end of the day, as long as you don't have an assignment to you and you don't see any way you can contribute at the moment, you can feel free to stay in our dining lounge or indeed your own quarters, and our departments will know where to contact you. And he gestures to his badge. If you need to call someone right away, tap the comm badge. If not, you can always call out to the computer, and the computer will reply to your voice commands and guide you if you're a little lost. If you want more orientation, you can set up an appointment with Commander Solon, and he can set up some classes for you if you want to know more about ship operations and that sort of thing. If you want to do something else other than be a consultant. But that's up to you. Like, you're here. If I desperately need you, I will definitely call you. But for the time being, make the most of your time while you're here, and we'll be glad to have you in whatever capacity you're willing to serve.
I will get started on that right away. And thank you, Captain. And I'm deeply sorry about the interruption.
No, I told you can contact me. If anyone knows the most about the ship, it's me. So he shrugs. If I were unavailable, I would just simply tell you at the door. So what you did was proper. You chimed the door. You asked permission. He shrugs. I let you in. Besides, Rama hasn't had a chance to meet you, and, well, we can't have a prolonged dinner since I have to finish my lunch break here in a bit, but Oh, I am thinking of setting up some meetings with some of the civilian experts in the coming days. If you want, you could sit in and meet the other civilians aboard and see who your colleagues are aboard the ship. If you haven't met them already, of course.
I look forward to that. Have a good day. She kind of gets up and walks out of the room. Still a bit nervous.
Well, I made it very welcome. I made her feel welcome. He winces a little and drinks his coffee for a bit.
She must have a hard time adjusting to new surroundings.
Way I see it, she'll be more comfortable on a ship who is trained in Xeno diplomacy and culture than, I mean, don't get me wrong, Earth's a very understanding place, but it's a lot to take in for someone who's not from there. And unless she happens to run into a very friendly art curator, I don't think she's going to acclimate to the place very quickly.
She gives you a warm smile as she continues to eat.
Oh, you're welcome to these dinners over the next couple days as well. You are our resident art expert, so. But if you wanted to set up your art gallery on, what was it, deck 15 or was it 17? I forget already.
Oh no, you know your ship best.
Yeah, but she's deciding where it goes. That's why I have subordinates for. They deal with the minutia. Especially the security officer should definitely make sure that my partner does not get hurt, because otherwise she is going to find a long trip to Kate.
Deck. I was looking at deck 14. There's a small unused space that I could turn into quite an exquisite gallery.
Just be warned that a few of our officers are budding artists, which normally is a great thing, don't get me wrong, but I get the feeling you're going to get bugged a bit for the next couple days because they're going to think this is their big breakthrough. I've told people to trust your judgment because, frankly, they should. Since this isn't just a team building exercise, this is a properly curated gallery. Although I had to argue with one particular Tellarite for about an hour over what is proper art, and I just gave up on the argument after a bit.
That doesn't surprise me.
What, me giving up on art, debating art particulars, or Tellarite arguing with me?
I was thinking both, but we'll go with the latter.
Ha 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 ha, you're very funny. Shakes his head and munches into his meat. Half fake annoyed with the joke.
And with that, we'll cut back. Some time has passed, and as we go back to the theater of the mind, Sarissa, you meet the individual at the designated location.
It probably involves showing up and not knowing who I'm looking for. I believe that is a fairly common name he gave me.
Yes, Alan Fox. Guy walks up, he taps you on the shoulder, and he kind of motions and goes, "This way." And kind of leads you to a more secluded spot in the bar where it's a little bit more quiet.
Cautiously going with him. This is unusual.
I'm sorry about the not properly introducing myself. I am former Lieutenant Alan Fox of the USS Angelo.
Former lieutenant?
I've since resigned my commission from Starfleet.
I see.
Gone missing for a decade kind of does that to you.
Yeah, you're one of the missing crew members? I mean, not missing anymore, but
Let's just say myself and a few others, we were found, well, rescued eventually. Just 8 months ago. I wanted to do this sooner, but I just didn't know how to reach you, and it just felt better doing this in person.
okay.
Waitress kind of walks up and he kind of just motions, 2 Tarkarian brandies.
Yeah, that's not making her any less anxious.
He kind of was like, my treat. He's like, and he kind of was like, you can order whatever you want.
Do I need alcohol for this?
It's for narrative purposes. So if you want to.
Oh no, that's her asking him.
Oh, that's up to you. For me, I kind of need it, so.
I'll have one of the same bin, please. Thank you.
And waitress kind of nods and she walks away. Oh boy, where to begin?
Well, wherever you see necessary, I suppose.
I guess the beginning, at least the events that transpired before the incident. And he starts going on a spiel. At this point, everybody, there is in where it says like essentially old wounds folder. Under USS Angelo, you'll see the USS Angelo ship, and there will be 5 player characters to choose from on board the USS Angelo. Sarissa, you're getting the awesome job of playing your mother for this part.
Yay.
So everyone needs to select a character. Anyone, just make sure you let me know, and then.
Now we just do musical chairs. We just switch every so often.
For an else's reference, Sanira is the mother.
They can't actually see her, so.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if they could or not.
You're time traveling.
Yes, we're time traveling. It is a remembrance type past thing.
Or memorial, depends how you look at it.
Hey. Whoa, now. Calm down, blood and guts.
There is Captain Roy Burke, commanding officer. Someone can play Alan Fox. He's the lieutenant. He's the helms officer or flight controller for the ship. There is Dario Terrego, who is the chief of security. Sophia Raffenstein, who is the chief engineer, and Chel Zal, who is the CMO.
You know what? I'll play the Boolean.
I'll grab Fox.
I'll take Dario.
I'll take Burke then.
Wait, his name doesn't start with F. It starts with A. There he is. There we go.
I guess that leaves the Dr. playing Rothenstein, the chief engineer.
I gotta look up what this stuff does. 'Cause I haven't played a pilot in forever.
That's fair.
Oh, I know what those do. Never mind.
Fly fast, take chances.
I mean, yeah.
I started with who is not a Vulcan and not in charge. Okay.
All right, and give me 1 second. I'm just adding stuff character sheets. And
I just need to recall what one of these abilities does. I remember it made sense. I just forgot what it did. I am prepared.
all right, and we're gonna go over to the bridge in the past of the USS Angelo. And I'm gonna send you something real quick there, Winchester.
Oh shit. Captain's log 44 1.7. The fleet has rendezvoused at Wolf 359 to intercept the Borg cube heading for Earth. While most of the fleet will be engaging the Borg, we have been tasked to follow up on a separate matter. The Angelo is headed to the Vanus system. Long-range sensors are showing that the cube long-range sensors tracking the cube indicated that a smaller craft departed the cube and headed for the system. Our orders are to investigate and, if possible, stop the Borg in the Varnus system. I expect that no other vessels will be able to come to our aid if the need should arise. I have the utmost confidence in that my crew will be able to complete this task. In Captain's log. So that was a lie.
Send a Nova class to deal with the Borg.
Yeah, there's like 0 Borg craft that this ship can handle. This ship might struggle to fight off a Seagull Borg drone just floating in space.
Well, some ship has to be the decoy.
Like a tactical drone could probably give us a run for our money.
I love your confidence.
Well, the good thing is we're a little sensor boat, so we'll see them long before they're a threat to us.
I'll have
Ideally.
you know, the last time a GM had me play captain in a lost fight against the Borg. I saved the ship and changed how things were supposed to go. So, we might do it again.
Promises, promises. Lieutenant Fox will do the customary pilot thing to check his course, make sure there's nothing in the way, no navigational hazards, and make sure we're not wasting time unnecessarily, because the longer we're chasing this thing is the longer that we're likely to be attacked by the thing. So
Isn't the customary pilot thing to fly as close to everything as he possibly can get away with?
Not when
mean,
that thing goes through your shields.
There are so many humans on this crew.
Captain Khan, we're entering the Vanna system now.
Why don't we have any momentum?
Well, if he did, there was a scene change. So
No, I don't think we do.
yeah.
Navigational showing 3 planetoids and 1 primary star. Yellow by the look of it, I would say.
All right. Yellow
Navigation
alert.
shows. Yellow alert, aye.
All right, to track the Borg vessel, this will be Insight plus Science, assisted by the ship's sensors plus Science, difficulty of 1, considering advanced sensors is taking effect here.
Oh, that's me, right? Observation focus.
No.
Subspace communications.
No.
Oh, those are the only two that vaguely made sense to me.
Oopsie. I said, oops.
Yeah, okay, diff 1.
Also, Spirit of Discovery is a bad talent for a captain.
Don't tell Grennan that.
Because if I was gonna do something, you just give the other person determination, which is far more useful than 3 momentum.
The good thing is with Spirit of Discovery, you don't have to be in contact. It just happens.
You just kind of do it whenever, you know.
3 momentum has been gained.
Probably at least 1 M class. It's probably D class. I'm not sure what that nearer one is. On the plus side, no ships coming at us by the look of it, so that doesn't tell us a whole lot.
Not hitting for us, no. Third planet in the system, M class, no inhabitants. That's where the Borg vessel appears to be heading.
Oh joy.
Can you scan the Borg vessel?
I can see what I can get. To learn its type or that kind of thing, yeah. Um, so we're only following it through warp trails and signals that's left. We can't actually see the vessel itself yet.
What is what is this planet? Let me rephrase it. Are either of these gas giants? Did you say there was a type J?
No. Only identified T class M. Those.
All right. Get me a reading on those two other planetoids. I want to know what type they are.
Sir?
Already looking for nearby cover, sir?
Yes, we are
M.
looking for advantages.
A class K planet and a class D planet, sir.
Okay.
Those. D is bad,
Oh.
right? D is Demon World again?
No, Y is Y.
Rock World.
Oh, okay.
K is Mars. D is essentially Mercury, Pluto.
Okay.
Do you want me to take Buzz by the M class and get a closer look?
I'm just not sure what the Borg would be doing at an uninhabited planet. That doesn't make sense.
Borgy things? I don't know. Maybe they want some fresh animals to assimilate.
Shiver as she thinks about native Kate animal as Borg.
No. What's this planet? Oh, okay. What is this planet first? This is the D.
That is the K class planet. The D is the one closest to the actual star. It's
Okay.
actually relatively close that it's tidally locked, and one side is literally hell, the other side is a frozen nightmare.
Okay. Um. Okay, then D. Okay. Helm, lay me in a course to the Type K planet. Hold on the execution.
Plotting course now, aye?
Computer, start recording. This is Captain Roy Burke, USS Angelo. Your vessel is in Federation space illegally. You are ordered to leave Federation space post haste. Respond if you cannot comply and need assistance. USS Angelo out. Computer, prepare message for transmission and hold.
Oh, I think I know what you're doing.
Helm, I want you to load up that message as soon as I want you to warp us to that planet and send that off, and then I want you to warp us again to the other planet.
So warp to Nav 1, ping, and then immediately warp to the other planet.
Well, no, the closer one first.
Oh, this one first, then that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
M. Right? No, you want to go to the. Okay, you want to do KD.
And then I want you to hide us on the far side of that world. And go ahead, once all this is completed, go ahead and start making me calculations for this for navigation around the sun.
Sir, plotting course 1, 2, and 3 into the computer. Ready on your mark.
GM, I'm gonna spend this is the first time using plan of action.
Oh, you're trying to establish the advantage of this plan you have.
I'd like to create the advantage that we are that I've given precise navigational instructions so that any navigation checks are at reduced difficulty.
So, typically when I use plan of action for my main character, it usually borderlines like something. I mean, you're on the right path. I'm just trying to think of that really would apply, but typically it's to lower the difficulty of a set of tasks or groups of tasks. So like attack pattern, theta 1 type deal, or
I mean that is my group of tasks. My group of tasks is navigation.
Yeah, because I see the idea. Because all the once it's programmed to the computer, all he has to tell the pilot is go. Like I hit nav 1, and if he says go, I go. We hit nav 2. If he says go, I go to nav 3.
Okay.
Like he doesn't have to ask me. He doesn't have to give me details. He already knows where we all know where we're going. Ideally.
Control command difficulty of 2.
So I don't need Rama. Sheep.
Willing to spend the momentum, but let me check and see if I feel good about rolling on it. Would you take inspiration as a focus, since the crew feels like I have this under control?
I'll take the protocol, because you're being overly cautious and you're setting up, within Starfleet standards for this approach.
They take a momentum.
Momentum is gone.
You succeed, so advantage created. So tasks dealing with navigation have been reduced by 1.
Near is the science officer.
Real quick,
Yes,
Sarissa, I'm just going by your normal character name. Give me insight plus science. This is by the ship's computers plus science, difficulty of 1.
Does she have an applicable focus?
I would take like cultural studies or
Nope,
archaeology.
Okay. 1 for cautious, and there we go. Make 2 off it.
Ships will assist with computers science.
Computers science.
Three momentum gained, so you should be at 4. To do the warp task, that's going to be a control con difficulty of 0, assisted by the ship's engines con.
Helm operations or astronav?
I'll take helm ops.
It's diff 0. I'm not too worried about it. So I'll just roll flat. Engines, con. That's unfortunate. 1 and 1.
This is going to cost the ship 1 power, by the way.
Because we're warping, yeah.
Oh. Captain, allow me to amend my previous statement. The planet currently has no inhabitants, but it appears at some point in the past it did. We don't know much about who it was, though.
Well, I'd love to return one day and find out.
Broadcasting. Warping to nav 2 once broadcast complete.
1 power, control plus con, difficulty of 0, assisted by the ship's engines con.
I'll give you 1 threat. He doesn't like that the engine almost decided to not like him today. Uh, 1 power. Engines con.
You're capped with 1 float.
I would like to. Oh, well, the float's gonna go away because I can't spin it. Only you can spin that.
What do you want me? Oh, what do you have any suggestions? Because I have nothing at the moment.
No, I don't.
A bagel.
But yeah, I was gonna create another I was gonna try my hand at another plan of action.
Oh.
Um,
That one that's floating, I'll just simply ask to make sure that the transmission actually was heard by the planet, like it did get out to them.
The message was it did go out to the planet. Like the whole system heard the message.
Good. Just making sure.
all right.
It's 1 float, so why not? Sitting at nav 2, message transmitted. Standing by for nav 3.
All right. Hold on nav 3.
Aye.
Dario, I think I want you to have the tractor beam on standby.
Hi, Captain.
If things aren't going our way, you're going to use that tractor beam, and Fox, you're going to make use of that star.
Sir?
Can I regenerate the power from the warp jumps to get maybe get the power back to for the next couple things?
If you're Dario, then you're the security officer.
I'm not.
Oh, you're Sophia, right?
All
Yeah.
the time.
Got them mixed up, sorry.
No worries.
Look, I know we humans all look alike, but try to remember our names.
Not at this point. So, 1 task at a time here.
So, what do you want me to do with the tractor beam, Captain? You want me to throw the Borg into the planet? I can try.
No, if we lose shields, I want you to do everything you can to lock onto that Borg ship.
You're thinking of javelining the darn thing into the star.
We're gonna drag it with us. We're
That's
the only chance at getting rid of this ship. I hope we can fight it, but if we can't, we're gonna make sure the Federation is safe, because that's our job.
Well, we'll go down swinging, Captain.
Right. Double check your settings on that tractor beam. And Jim, that's going to be trying to create a plan of action that if we lose shields, I would like an advantage on a tractor beam roll and a navigation roll.
Okay. Control command difficulty of 2.
Take a moment.
a
Actually,
moment to my.
I want this to work. Take 3 momentum.
3 momentum.
You get 2 of the momentum back, and you have the plan of action. So if the shields are lost, you will get a reduced ability to do a tractor lock on the Borg vessel, and then a warp check to nav 3 to
With the presumption that we're going to pull up and away rather than bury ourselves in there, just burying them.
No. Yes, if you think that's possible in the moment, but that was not the plan is to,
It's a desperation move.
yes. Don't let it fail because we didn't go into the sun. But if you don't have to go into the sun, don't go into the sun. But also, we won't have shields, so we will be shredded anyways.
Don't worry, the ship has some hull. We can miss a few meters of plate.
And nav point 3 isn't to jump into the star; it's just to get close to the star. Because I'd like to fight in the gravity well of the star if I can. Like that way, if we manage to take out some of their engines, they could eventually get sucked into the star. I don't know.
Assuming
That's
it
not a
takes-
terrible idea. Because what was it? Briefing said that some Borg ships you can't destroy, but you can disable stuff. So if we pop the engines, even if they lose it for a minute, that's still a lot of time to be sitting in a sun's gravity well without any engines.
All right. Let's wait here a little while and see if they take the bait.
After some time waiting near the first planet in the system, sensors do not indicate that you registered a Borg vessel leaving orbit around the 3rd planet.
We do not, or we do?
You do not see a Borg vessel appear leaving the 3rd planet in the system.
Oh. Whatever they're doing, it looks like they're planning on a long trip. Our little hello, they seem weird. If I remember right, these guys like to shout loud and proud that they're here.
Which is why it is odd that they're heading to this planet of all of them. Is it the only thing really of note is ruins?
All right, we may have to antagonize them to get them to come closer to the star.
Ruins of what?
We don't know. There's old archaeological sites now, old ruins, but no one has ever really been able to make more progress on studying them.
But the Borg, no technology, so they could absorb whatever it is. Who knows?
Well, we've not found technology.
Indeed.
They're there for
Maybe
a
we
reason.
ought to go down there and find out what they're doing.
That may be a little bit more than what our orders allow, Dario.
A closer scan, maybe they found something there, or they knew something was there.
Oh, sir, we don't have to go anywhere near the darn thing. We could just fire one of our probes. That way we get an up-close look without endangering any of the crew.
That
All right. Captain to Sophia.
Here, sir.
I got a couple of things I need you to do. I need a probe, I need power, and I need the shields to be remodulated.
Aye, sir. I'll be right on it. I'll get our team going.
I think shields is security, actually.
Oh, I thought it was an engineering task. Okay, well then
Be in
scratch that.
conjunction.
Yeah, then scratch that. Dario, I need you to remodulate the shields.
On it, Captain.
All right. And I'll
Dario
head
will
off the
begin
bridge.
remodulating the shield.
No big deal. We're just saying hello to a bunch of Borg invaders who are worried about mysterious ruins that no one knows anything about. You know.
We don't know nothing about them. We
we'll
just
get,
know next to nothing about them, so it's okay.
That's very comforting. Thank you. I feel so much better.
So 2 tasks, recharge power.
Okay, to get some power back, that's going to be controller daring plus engineering difficulty of 2.
Engineering. Let's see. Any focuses apply? Emergency repairs, troubleshooting.
No. I actually didn't give her EPS stuff, so.
Oh well.
There is someone on
Alright,
the ship who does have that, though.
Yeah, but we need.
Buy threat for bold.
We're gonna need the supporting characters later.
Probably.
Especially once the captain gets
Alright.
assimilated.
I
The-
mean, 100%, because we can't stop them from just
Gee.
beaming
Oh, I'm
out,
gonna reroll.
killing all of us.
There it is.
Yeah, take 2 minutes to quash that.
Gain a momentum, so you get 1 power back.
We're missing 2 power.
Yes, you're missing 2.
We're up to 8 of 9.
All right, go ahead and spend the momentum on that. We're gonna see it later.
Sounds like a designation.
Sure does. Foreshadowing.
9 of 9. We can go over our max, but it'll die. That anything over will die the minute the scene changes.
11 of 9.
Okay. So yeah, any more power you want to jump into it, or
No.
okay?
I'm gonna dump in extra if we need extra shields or life support or whatnot.
You can't overcharge the shields, but you can overcharge the power.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that a little bit. Yeah.
How
So
much?
Well, don't, because we want to use that to modulate shields.
Yeah, I can't dump it into shields, so we'll leave the power. I'm trying. Okay, that's fine.
No, not jump it into shields. Instead of using the momentum to increase the amount of power we have, we're gonna use it on modulating shields to increase the amount of resistance we have, so we can withstand it. The first shot.
Yeah, because right now we're full up, so
Yeah, that's fine.
we should be okay.
Yeah, and remodulating the shield something you do after the Borg hit the shields a couple of times.
You can do it ahead of time because we know about the Borg. The Enterprise knows about the Borg a little bit, so we can kind of brace ourselves.
Tell that to the fleet.
Well, we have smart people on this boat, so
The ones who survived anyway.
Okay. So real quick, we'll do the pro prep. So that's going to be a control plus engineering difficulty 2. You have an advantage, so diff 1.
Okay, I do also have a focus modeling and design, so I can design the probe appropriately.
Add increased complication.
And then I don't think Rock's replicated.
No, that's
No.
completely different.
that's like grabbing a phase. It's like grabbing a tricorder and making a phaser out of it. That sort of thing.
Or a radio RF generator. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll take another threat for a die.
On a threat. Gain a momentum, or 2 momentum, sorry. Gain 2 momentum, and the probe is ready to fire. And Dario, give me a control plus security system by the ship's structure plus engineering with a base difficulty of 2. to remodulate the shields.
All right, focus shipboard tactical systems.
Yeah, I'll take that.
And I'm going to give you a threat so I can activate my bold engineering or my bold security. And I would like to squash that
You can
complication.
re-roll that with the
Oh, yeah,
dare.
duh. That was the whole point of the spam.
Did you get
Duh.
Boop.
I forgot to put on my focus, so I increased the complication range, so I rolled a 4 and a 2.
Oh, so there's 2 more momentum there for the probe.
And that extra
So-
one, yeah.
That would have actually went away. So
That's fine.
you guys are capped. Hold on. So you were at what? Did you
The
add
2
the
additional, I haven't added any.
No. I'm trying to remember what you were at before your roll. Was it 3?
It was at 3, so plus
So
3,
5.
6.
So you'd be at 6. You'd be at cap. So you have 3 float currently.
Third the power, I guess.
Goes into resistance, but yeah.
It can't throw into shields though, right?
No,
Nope.
you
you
throw
can?
into resistance, not to shields. So you're adding resistance to your ship, so it takes more
Resistance, sure.
I have to roll more damage dice to break your shields. Essentially.
Perfect.
And we can add quite a bit. Just it's 1-to-1 for how much our resistance is increased. The only downside is if they manage to get any damage of blast past our resistance, it pops because the shield
Okay.
modulation's been conquered.
Well,
the
throw it on
downsides
there.
were scale 3.
Okay, I agree.
How much do we throw in?
We have 3 floating.
So
well,
certainly all of that.
the
So that floating plus any more?
you know it would be pretty cool. We could do the 3 floating, the 6 on the table, and I could give my determination and get us 3 more. We could get plus 12 resistance.
No.
For one shot.
It's
It's for every.
it's until they go over our resistance. So they would have to do at least 13 damage to us.
Which is not impossible, but
Bankrupt the GMF threat is what it's going to do.
No, it won't. But
that's okay.
I'm gonna urge caution against that because you might need the momentum later on. Just saying.
Let's take the 3 floaters at least, and then any more. 2 more.
How about 2 more momentum to give us an even 5 or what do you give us 6 resistance?
You're currently plus 4, so you'd be at 7 resistance with the float.
Let's do the float and what's on the table, and if we really need momentum, I'll spend my determination to get us 3 momentum.
So you're going up to 13 resistance.
No, we're going up to 3 plus 9.
You get 1
Well.
free with the modulate.
Yes,
so
we are
13.
going up to 13.
It's a hardy ship.
And that is just the pure professionalism of your security chief.
We are secure.
That's why
We are
I brought
perfect.
Dario on board. I couldn't let Dario do something crazy like go serve on a galaxy or something. I needed him out here to keep my ship afloat.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you modulate the shields. The probe is ready for launch.
We're back up to power.
You're back at full power,
Full
plus
power.
1.
Right.
So 10 out of 9.
10 of 9.
All right, Mr. Allen, let's go ahead and launch that. And Sonera, go ahead and move it up to the screen.
Sir.
Probe away.
You launch the probe. As the probe heads and begins doing a small orbit around the planet, it detects no Borg vessel in orbit. Give me reason plus science difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's sensors plus science.
Observation.
I will take that.
I would say cautious, but we don't have any of that.
Is that adjusted for the ship's advanced?
Yes, it would normally be 2.
Yeah, you don't need more of that.
Nope.
My God. What's
3
with you and the ship
momentum.
today?
On fire,
Believe in the Nova class.
so to speak.
Believe in the Nova class, the Nova class will believe in you.
Exactly.
That sounds like a talent or a value.
Yeah. Well, the probe went where it's supposed to go. I'm not sure if it's telling you anything useful.
Well, looks pretty good.
There's no Borg in orbit, so that's useful. Concerning, but useful.
Wait,
We lost its trail.
No, there it is. It's a little bit larger than the Angelo, but it's on the surface of the planet. It's landed. And
the hell?
they're constructing something around one of the ruins.
Oh,
Are you
hooray!
good?
We have squatters.
They're they're on the planet.
Yes, and it's some kind of device from what it looks like, but I can't tell what it does. And they're building it around the ruins.
My guess is not something good. Maybe we should put a stop to it.
Is there anything that device looks particularly like? Does it have any resemblance to something we might be
Can we
familiar with?
scan it? Check out what it
Well, I'm
is.
trying
What's
to-
on the build.
We've got high resolution sensors for question science officer thing. Oh. So if I'm looking at this right, and it's Borg, so it's not easy to look at right, but it looks to be an energy drill of some description.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
What could possibly be under the surface of that planet they'd want?
I don't know.
Probably something we don't want them to have, whatever it is.
That every survey's come up with essentially the same thing every time we've gone here. No technology, no written languages, just finding the ruins. I'm guessing the Borg know something we don't.
But there's a civilization there before, right?
Yes.
Well, whatever it is, it's probably not good for us.
I don't suggest we let them get away with this.
One moment.
Hmm.
Fortunately, we're covered by, under a circumstance like this, General Order 24. All right, Dario, let's load up torpedo tubes. Up to whatever they're doing.
Oh. If the drill does appear to already be operational as well.
Hopefully, it has a really large power source.
You're
Slightly stable.
I wouldn't mind having a chance to look at that, sir. At least
They've,
scans, I guess. But
they've offered every intention of forcefully assimilating Federation citizens. I would rather.
They haven't done any simulation of Federation citizens. They've wiped out a colony. They haven't
But
simulated anybody yet.
But they've threatened it.
Didn't they grab Picard by this point?
They already grabbed Picard.
And they
He was grabbed a
threatened-
couple days ago, but
They also just threatened to do it to the Enterprise in general, didn't they?
But they didn't succeed, I don't think, yet. That hasn't happened yet.
Well, they still
They-
wiped out
they
a
left-
colony.
No,
They still
They-
wiped out a colony, yeah. They're still hostile.
Yeah, I mean, they grabbed Picard and then left.
Yeah. I mean, unless you mean their standard greeting of stand down and be assimilated.
I presume, sir, you want us to come up to escalate to red alert? Given you're asking for torpedo tube solutions?
1 second.
Aye, sir.
We have
Yeah,
3 launchers.
Yeah, my orders are to investigate and, if possible, stop them. Not to investigate the planet or anything like that, just to investigate.
to figure out what they're doing, because it's very peculiar that they literally launched a small ship and it deviated away from Earth. As far as Starfleet is concerned, their objective is Earth. Why?
Yeah, so to my understanding, I have completed that part. My next part is to stop them.
Technically, you still don't know why they're you don't know why they're here yet. You just know they
Yeah, but so Starfleet ordered us to investigate what they're doing. We know what they're doing in that we know they're here because they find something interesting on the planet. I don't particularly want to get close to them.
Shake hands, play cards, you know.
This is a big enough threat that Starfleet has gathered its entire navy to deal with one ship. I do not want to get close to that ship.
We could drop an away team, just do a quick flyby. You got the shields powered up enough. We could take one hit, I'm sure. Just quick flyby, drop an away team off, and go back to hiding.
Whoops.
Or we could deal with the Borg, and if we're successful, we could come back and look at what's on the planet. They couldn't be possibly interesting enough to risk letting the Borg get away.
It was interesting enough to get the Borg to come here.
Well, I suppose we could figure out what they were up to from the pieces we leave left over.
I'm good either way, Captain. If you want me to fly by, get into position for orbital, I'm fine with that. But if you want to send someone down, we can. I wouldn't suggest taking the whole ship if we're doing investigation, because we'd want to keep a shuttle or something. But I get why you may be a little not eager to get too close to it. From the rumors I've heard, it's pretty scary what this new species can do.
I mean, it's
Hey, the scan from the
Station.
probe. Scan from the probe return any evidence of any kind of shielding around that drill?
Ooh, that's good to know.
yeah, I can check. I think that is into spending for Answer's territory.
4 momentum.
Oh. Oh, I thought you said 4.
Yeah, no.
As in the number 4. I was like,
4 momentum.
That's a very expensive obtain information spend.
yeah.
It's like I better learn the secret to the universe and everything. Jeez.
42.
42 momentum, and I'll tell you. No, that's not possible. Just give me thread, it'll be fine.
You need the Infinity Drive.
But there is a shield around both the ship and the drill. I don't know if that was actually audible.
No,
yeah, you were.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So let's a torpedo barrage, then a phaser barrage.
Helm,
Nova.
I want you to plot a course to the planet and then plot in a attack pattern on the ship. Dario, you'll be tasked with making sure they don't have warp capabilities. They can't leave the system. That opens up a whole range of opportunities, including us disengaging and taking a second look at things.
Would you want me to see if I can find any sort of weaknesses while we're approaching? We've got the probe in position.
Witnesses?
Weaknesses.
Weaknesses.
Oh, weaknesses. No,
Give me a good spot to do that.
Dario can handle their ship. You can try to find out what they're doing. You can take some scans while we're going down. We're gonna go down, engage their warp engine, and then to destroy it. And if we're successful, we're gonna pull out, and that'll give you time to figure out if I need to worry about their activities or if we can plan a second attack run.
Sir, when we pull up and away from the attack run, do you want me to just put the ship back in orbit? Or do you want me to give us more distance?
No, get us out of there. Any viable course.
Okay.
Take a warp on any viable course and get us out of there.
Galaxy's fastest survey can be done. Maybe.
Oh, that's why you're here.
All right. New course set, Alpha Nav 1 through 3.
Okay, I'm gonna spend the last 2 momentum we have on plan of action to create an advantage, or targeting their engines.
Just FYI, you can take the momentum back. You've never encountered this version of the actual the ship yet, so you're not sure where the engines are at.
Isn't it just like a giant bean? Is this the ship I'm thinking of?
Well, the thing is though, like Borg vessels, they're a little bit hard to target additional
I'm saying-
systems. So
Doesn't this just look like a giant bean?
it literally is a like rectangle on
Oh, okay.
Well, we can have the plan be the advantage be set to this plan of making sure that whatever attack run we do is easier. Like this whole new set that we're doing, where we're going to move in, dive in on them, blast them, and then pull up and away.
Can I make the advantage? That this plan I am coordinating well between Alan and Dario, so that I can reduce the difficulty of phaser shots. Because Dario knows when and where we're gonna be, so he can plan accordingly. So just targeting the ship in general and not a specific part of it.
Sure.
Tick.
Oh, you want me to use a torpedo spray, or do you want to use phasers?
No, while shields are up, use phasers.
Yep.
The torpedoes, we're assuming the ground stuff was unshielded. I'm preemptively gonna go ahead and spend determination on spirited discovery.
What value? You have to set a value for that.
Yeah.
What value are you using for Spirit of Discovery?
I'm trying to think. I think I'm gonna go with nothing better than practical experience.
I'll take the last one because you're trying to protect your crew, essentially your family, on the ship.
Sure.
Captain, course set, ready to warp to Alpha Nav 1.
I'll hit the comm panel. This is the captain. Set status. Red alert. All right, take us in, Alan.
Aye, sir. Warping to Alpha Nav 1.
This will use 1 power. We are now in combat rounds, so this is going to be a control plus con. It says by the ship's engines plus con, difficulty of 1. This will use your extreme going into orbit. This will probably use 2 power for the maneuver.
Okay, so 2 power that there. Away. Giving you 1 threat just to be safe. Helm operations as focus. I said
yes.
Scroll down, you silly thing. Scroll. Hold on. Windows being weird. There we go. That doesn't apply yet, so I won't worry about it. Bang. Engines con. Rerolling that 0.
Five momentum. 2 foot.
Spend those 2 to keep.
Okay, you're keeping the initiative. Who's going next?
Oh shoot, sorry. You probably want me to do an attack run before I keep it to security person, yeah?
Hold on a second. I mean, look at the security stuff.
So I might just spend that 2 to swift and then attack run to make the security shot easier.
Oh, Dario, you're useless in space. Sorry.
They didn't make the
She's
characters,
right,
don't feel bad.
I feel my confidence dropping.
Mutiny
Definitely not in
rising.
character. Definitely not in character.
Shipboard tactical systems works for firing.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any good space talents. He's a ground man. We've essentially put a Marine inside of a ship's turret and asked him to do something.
That's what the Kismet does with Varder all the time.
Yeah, go ahead. The attack pattern.
Okay, I'm gonna swift task instead to do the attack pattern with that 2.
That's what you do with Sarissa all the time, actually.
So difficulty's 3.
So you're an attack pattern?
Yep. This is actually easier for him to do. Hilariously, 'cause he's better.
1 second.
Sure.
It's been a while, so I don't remember the roll.
222.
Yes, 2. Okay. Daring plus con, difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's weapons plus con. It is a difficulty of... Yeah, difficulty 2. And it's power requirement of 1.
Why am I being pinged? Should I care? Not really. Okay, cool. Power goes down by 1, even though I'm... Doesn't matter if I succeed or not, it goes down anyway.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we're gonna need Sophia to bail us out soon, or we're gonna.
Giving you 1 threat.
Alright. Okay, base difficulty is 3, by the way. Oh, base difficulty is 3 because of the... You're doing a swift task, so...
So 3 down to 2 because of the plan? Or
Oh,
am I
yeah,
fully-
plan. Okay, so yeah, it's diff 2.
Yeah.
Power requirement of 1.
Yep. Don't mind the shaking. That's supposed to happen.
2 momentum generated.
Spending it to keep the initiative. Take your chance. I gotta get out of this.
Alright. So then, Dario, you're gonna want to target their ship and shoot it with phaser.
How are you shooting the ship?
So
Do you want?
Yeah, you want me to take out the ship or the drill?
I think the ship is the drill.
no.
No, it's separate.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
mistaken.
but we're shooting at the ship.
All right, life phase is on the ship. Shipboard tactical systems to focus, GM.
Yes. Are you targeting any or attempting to target?
He couldn't target systems.
Yeah, I can't with the board ship.
It's like the minor action aim, right?
No, that's ground
No,
combat.
it's ground combat. So that is going to be a base difficulty of 2.
You want spread if we have it, but I don't. Do we have banks or arrays?
You have
Array.
arrays, so you can do
Yeah.
spread.
You want to use your minor to do spread, or just declare
Alright.
spread?
You declare it. There's not a minor.
I will declare spread.
Go ahead and dump 2 power into it.
Okay, hold up. So, all right, let's one step at a time. This is gonna be a control security system by the ship's weapons plus security, base difficulty of 2 because you're within medium range on orbit. It is reduced by 1, so difficulty of 1. And the plan of action reduces it to difficulty of 0.
I'm going to give you a threat for bold anyway.
All right.
For reroll purposes, yeah.
And I'm going to fire away.
Before you do, you should say we're using 2 power.
Yeah, that was declared earlier.
I'm going to re-roll that complication. Just need the ship.
All right, yeah, 4 float on the table. Roll the ship damage. You want to add 2 more to the challenge dice for the damage on the ship sheet.
If I got 4 float, I'm going to throw all 4 float into the damage.
Let's wait till
No.
what the roll does
Yeah.
first,
Yeah, wait.
because we
Make-
get to see the result first before we have to spend.
Oh, cool.
We even
Here
get to
you
know
put-
if the breach happened.
Make sure you put 2 in the box, the challenge dice roller next to phaser arrays, and hit enter inside the box.
Okay. Oh, I need to do that for the ship sheet, right?
Yep.
Yes.
The Angelo.
Alright. Oh, it's my first time get to play. All right, 2 in the box, not O2.
Make sure you hit enter.
Yeah. So probably one to re-roll some of that.
Apparently, I would like to re-roll some of that. I'd like to spend what I have to spend to re-roll that.
You want to spend one momentum.
1 momentum is to reroll 4, so just use the challenge dice and just put in 4 and hit enter.
Actually, it's versatile first. Yeah.
Oh, versatile. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry. Got my order of operations
Okay,
backwards.
that's not the way you do it.
That's the wrong. Is that the wrong
I
box?
will take the first 4, so that is currently 4 effects for damage. Currently, you're not doing anything to it.
All right. Let's put one.
Put the other versatile to piercing.
Yeah.
No damage.
Put the 4 float into piercing.
We're only doing base 4 anyway. That doesn't break. That only breaks like an NX class.
Yeah, but if we can figure out how to get to do all 4 damage, then we put 1 more in and we do a breach.
Oh, I follow you.
The spread is not. The spread is going to help against their shields, maybe, but probably not.
Okay, so
So probably at least one more into piercing.
No damage.
We put the next one into piercing.
No damage.
So
Really?
that's 2. So put 2 more into piercing. The 2 float. Last 2 float piercing.
Okay. I'm doing math in my head. So
Right now we're trying to do 10 piercing.
okay, so that's 4 damage there.
All right. Then we want to spend 1 more momentum from our pool to do a breach.
It's
Get
1
as hard as I
breach.
can.
I am now calculating spread. Spread is half plus add effect, so no damage with the spread.
It does get versatile too, right?
It does give us
Yeah,
that.
but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, we could try to throw it into piercing and just see what happens.
Yeah, I was
I mean,
trying
you
to
did
find
damage, so if that modulated, that's popped.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Might as well try. Should
Yeah.
have piercing.
no. Let's put both versatile into power loss. That's something we
yeah.
can do without having to worry about how much resistance they have.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, you're doing 2 power loss. Anything else you're doing?
Anything else?
I don't
You want to
think
take
we
another
need
shot, Dario?
I will. Dario will take as many shots as the captain will let him.
Yeah, I don't
He
think we
likes
want to
keeping
put
things.
power into this shot because we would be too far down in power. But yeah, it's going to be diff 3, but you've got attack pattern, so that's down to diff 2. And you get 2 bonus momentum every time you shoot them from me. So yeah, why don't you go ahead and shoot them again?
Swift tasking.
Swift task, so difficulty is going to be 1.
Can I direct on a swift task?
No, you cannot.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a threat for bold.
Yeah.
And firing.
Oh, and the ship weapons security.
5 momentum, so you're capped again with 2.
All right. And then roll 2 checks of the phaser ready for damage. Yeah.
I don't think you're adding more power, are you? Because you didn't declare it, so it's a 0 on that.
No, we're not doing more power because we only have 3 left, and that would if we used
That
more
would be
power, we'd be in a bad situation. Yeah.
All right. So at 0, that's what I got.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No damage.
So if we give 3 momentum and the 2 versatile, no, the 2 float, the 2 versatile, and 2 momentum, will get their resistance down enough to do a breach. Plus 1 momentum. Because last time we only needed to do 10 resistance.
The versatile and the 2 float is enough for a breach.
We need to actually spend 1 extra momentum on top of that too.
No, it's because their resistant modulate popped. So the 2 versatile was enough to cause.
We only did 4 damage.
Yes, and then you had to do the other 2 to pop a actual to go. You just needed 4 momentum, okay? Total.
Yeah, we're good.
So we still have 6. You already spent to keep. We can't do anything else if we're gonna let it pass off of him.
We could throw an additional. Oh no, because on the spread, we could possibly just throw enough.
You
Oh
didn't
no.
do spread, you didn't call it.
Oh well.
But we can't afford to do devastating. I think we can pull off a devastating attack.
2 for devastating.
So it'd be 2 for devastating, and then we would need.
Devastating is doing 2 damage. Raw.
We need spend for. We need to put 2 points into piercing, so we get 4 piercing.
That's still 2 damage. So the versatile from the devastation, so you're doing devastating. It's half, okay?
Yeah, but I thought they still had resistance.
They still have resistance, yes.
Yeah, so I was asking how much damage they were doing after resistance.
You just need. So after expanding the versatile for piercing, that's 4 resistance, okay? That's only 2 damage.
So we're doing 2 damage to shields at the moment.
Yes.
Okay. Then,
So like 3 more to make it 5.
yeah, go ahead.
Goes to them.
Yep, we did all we could.
That was about as good an opening as you can pull off, Dario.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Captain.
We did pretty good damage considering we're a Nova.
Gonna use all their Borg's secret tricks on us.
I don't care how hard that. I don't care how hard that Klingon on the Enterprise says they hit. We can take at least one of their. We can at least take one of their shots on the chin.
That is.
I'd grab my console if I were you, all the same.
Is Worf a lieutenant commander yet?
Yeah.
At this point, he is, yeah.
Okay, I mean, Dario, that's Lieutenant Commander Worf, not that Klingon.
That Klingon.
Okay, it is expensive threat. And then. Yeah, the turn can pass to you guys.
Did they shoot?
No.
Probably reach or something.
I
They did return
regenerated-
fire.
I regenerated my systems.
It's probably a good idea. That's what I
could
would
do
do.
that too. Why don't we do that? Down to
Oh,
4.
yeah.
We're not hurt yet.
Bridge just. Yeah, I need power.
Understood.
Daring or control plus engineering difficulty of 2.
It's gonna be a direct because he needs all the momentum he can get.
Yep.
There we go. Why is everything bright? Shoot.
Daring or control engineering.
Yes.
Take a threat for bold. I don't have a focus.
If this is a
No.
direct, would you take inspiration?
I'll take composure.
Okay.
Like you're trying to maintain your battle composure in face
Yeah,
of.
this thing did just tank us, hitting it as hard as we could.
Okay, ready?
You can reroll the 0 with bold.
Worth a shot.
2 momentum gained. You get 1 power back.
Up to 4 of 9. I think it's 1-to-1. Am I not mistaken with power?
It is
It's 1 for
1-to-1. It's 1 for 1 unless you have improved power systems on the ship, which you don't.
No.
Or
And-
talent. does it.
Yeah.
There is a talent. It's what? A little
Doesn't
more
have
power?
A little more power is if you do an engineering test that requires power, you can gain 1 power back by spending momentum.
Okay.
And you can only get
Put all
1
them-
power back with a little more power.
Go ahead and put all the momentum back into power because it could be a while before we can get back around to her.
2, 3. 4 plus 3. We're at 7 of 9.
Why do these all sound like
Yay,
bold
brother.
designations?
In this case, there is.
I do like some 7 and 9.
Okay, let's cut the jokes at that. Well, threat protocol has been activated.
So they run away. That's what that means, right? I read the book too. That's what it says. They run away.
No.
It's on the Modifius page. You can check the forums. Just give me 5 minutes. Don't look yet.
Okay.
Look at this very new one.
Superior force and retreat.
Don't worry,
Yeah,
we won't
look-
chase them. We promise.
Look at that one post from 5 minutes ago that says, totally, org always lose combats. Tell your GM.
Well, that's only supposed to be a diff 1, but yay. I'll spend one of that to keep the initiative. I roll 2 of that, get 1 back. They maneuver into close range as they exit the atmosphere, and I'm keeping, and then they're going to fire upon your ship.
Also, I have realized that they're not using NPC rules, I bet, so we're screwed. In all ways that are possible, we are screwed.
We knew this.
Don't worry, we have our third nav point ready to go.
I mean, you do recall Sarissa saying that her family's missing, right? This is her mother.
It's because we turned rogue. It has nothing to do with the Borg. Don't want to disappoint you. She joined the Orion Syndicate of
To
her
be
own free
fair,
will.
she did say it was missing to the Orions, not the Borg.
Right!
Well, the Borg sold her to the Orions, you see.
Your mom is the
Rose got fought on.
You have you have attack pattern up, so it reduces your difficulty by 1.
Cover stories.
So diff 1. I didn't need to
Plus
spend that much
I-
threat.
I might be about to go strap Scenario to the warp core with the dead man switch on a warp core breach. Because she has plot. No, she has plot armor. Can't be killed, so we'll just put her next to the warp core.
Oh, that did not roll.
That means they missed.
No, it just means I didn't hit enter on the sheet.
I'm going with miss.
I don't remember what dampening does.
Doesn't matter.
That's power drain.
We have routine resistance.
I know.
That's why a lot of threat's about to be spent.
Yeah.
2.
Better the cube's incoming.
7 threat.
That's 8. Yep.
Oh my
Means
god.
this was incredibly cost effective.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, on the meta, this actually helped us quite a bit.
I'm
We're
just
sure we
double
get hurt
checking. Checking something for dampening. Because I think that's power drain, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I think it's 1 per effect off the top of my head.
Yes, 1 perfect.
It could have been worse. As the GM then
So
rolls
you-
his misses.
You do roll. So 5 damage, but I'm going to spend 1 threat to roll 2. No way. So you lose 2 power instantly.
Okay.
I need to roll to breach to your weapons. And I'm going to spend 4 threat for power drain.
Oops, that's shield. 4. Okay,
Yep.
we're down to 1.
You're down to 1?
With
Make that 0.
No.
There you go.
Why'd you say anything?
It's information the GM would know.
I know. How
Yeah.
dare you?
I believe that's your shields go out because power's gone.
It means
Captain, I've
you
lost
can
power to weapons and shield.
Lost power to
You lost
everything.
literally everything.
Yes.
That is main
I don't think
power.
0 power kills your shields. Just means you don't have any excess power to do anything like regenerating shields or warp or
No,
troop
no,
phasers.
it means you're dead in the water.
Double check.
Oops, way too deep into the document. 01. Oh, up here, machine. Did you know how many times the word power shows up in the book? About over 300, in case anyone's wondering.
No, I just googled the thing.
Well, that's efficient, and I'm not good at being efficient. So.
Yeah, they can't really do anything more than basic functions. Can't fire phasers. They can't regenerate or modulate shields, or use transporters, or go to warp.
Because those have power requirements.
Yep. If it has a power requirement, you essentially can't do it.
Power
know
goes
that
below
photon-
0, then we get a complication to a random system.
Even though you do have a breach to weapons. So. Yep. Okay. Yep.
I mean, being at 0 power still sucks, all the same. That ruins our day in a lot of ways.
Goes back to us though.
It does go back to you guys.
We need a crewman who is in engineer. We do not have an engineering NPC.
No, you don't.
Can we generate one?
Sophia can still go because you went and used your direct. So.
Oh, yeah. Sophia, what you need to do is you need to
I have emergency repairs.
no, you want to generate power, one power. You want to succeed at a generate power task.
Generate power.
And you probably want to spend some threat to, because you need 2 momentum.
It's emergency repairs right now because it is offline. Would that count as a focus then?
So it is daring or control plus engineering difficulty of 2.
Okay. I'll take at least 1 for bold. Threat for bold. And do I get my focus because it is emergency repairs
No,
to
it's
power back on?
an increased complication.
Understood.
You get 1 power back.
Ba-dang.
You can re-roll that 0 if you want.
Okay.
I'll take that as threat.
I would like to burn Don't Fear the Unknown, because I don't know a whole lot about the Borg and they are showing every reason to fear them, to gain a point of determination.
Okay.
I would like to give that point of determination to Rothenstein. Oh wait, never mind.
They already have their determination though. You still
Yeah, you can't use the determination to keep, can you?
No, you cannot.
Okay, then instead I would like to use it on Spirit of Discovery. On a starship is his home and its crew family, because we're going to try one last thing to try to save everybody on board.
Okay.
So, Sophia, there's 3 women on the table now.
Okay.
I think one way you could maybe get us out of here is, oh wait.
The roll's already done. The roll is going to be complete here with this. So these are just free actions you can take, but keep in mind, like, there's a limited amount you can do because you've already went as your character, and the only person that hasn't gone yet is the doctor.
No.
Oh, and the science officer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We might be better off dumping some of that into power, so we have enough to run away with, and hopefully.
I was actually gonna have Sophia run us away. More particularly, I was gonna see if Sophia could impulse us into one of the oceans.
You directed her, though, so it's you who would do that.
I'm
Why would no? Why would I?
engineer.
No.
No, that was her.
Wasn't this you directing her?
No.
No, never mind.
Previous one was.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
can override us and dive into one of the oceans, we can get away for a little while, I think.
Into the ocean.
I've already done something.
Okay, so
With task.
are you wanting to do a swift task or not? Because it's going to be really hellaciously difficult. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, so I'm taking this. I don't know how everyone else is taking this, but I'm taking this as literally the last thing we get to do. After this, we lose. We don't get another turn, I don't think. Not warping into the ocean, impulsing. So we're just diving into the ocean. Because the hull can survive being submerged, and if we're submerged, it might make it more difficult to be boarded.
Okay.
That logic doesn't track.
No,
Maybe.
it doesn't.
We've been in situations before where you beam through deep water.
Unless they chase us.
Or just fire at us when we're in the water.
I think the places with water have been. It's not the water that's the problem, it's other environmental factors that are the problem. The water just doesn't help.
Whoopsie.
I mean, this seems kind of like a time to retreat.
You're at 1 power right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can warp away, but we're not going to get away. We can't outrun them. Not even in a meta sense. Just by the rules of the book, we can't outrun them. There's no escaping.
Assuming they chase us, though.
Yeah, it's a fair chance since they're engaged on something on the planet that if we warp off, they may not chase us. I think they give us a far better chance of survival than diving into the ocean, letting them shoot us in the ocean from space.
Yeah, so we don't have to do that plan. I'm just saying we should do something with Sophia that gets us out of here.
Well, if we want to, even if we don't warp, if we just impulse away or even evasive pattern, that does increase. It forces them to have to either. Well, moving away makes it better because then we can move up to long range. So now they're not in beaming range and they have to move again to shoot at us again. So at least impulsing away, because if we warp away, they might just warp right behind us. They'll just stay right where they were. But if we impulse, they have to impulse after us to maintain, or warp after us to maintain their range. And an impulse roll won't be too hard for someone to override and do, because it's normally diff 0 anyway, so it'd be diff 1 probably. And we might generate some momentum out of it. Fingers crossed.
But you have to spend power to warp away.
Or impulse, either way.
No,
You'd
If
be
we had a
stuck
lot
to
of
spend
power-
You have 1 power. That's the problem.
Not if we
So-
go to thrusters.
I mean, our last action was the engineer trying to generate power, and we're kind of still on Rothenstein's turn, right? So she could spend one of the 3 momentum we have to give us a second power. That would give us enough power to warp and still have power when we got wherever we were going. Yeah.
No, that task is over. We can't go back.
Okay.
She could generate power again. The problem is it'd be difficulty 3. And we might
It's not cost effective to attempt it again.
I mean, I don't know if there's
that's why-
the
that's
couple.
why- So
I guess
that
the gamble is, if we warp away, do they chase us?
Thing
One way
is,
to find out.
it's trivial for them to chase us. It's all of 2 power for them to catch us, and they
Yeah.
can maintain distance.
with 1 power, basically what happens is we go to warp, and then just a little outside the star system, we fall out of warp with no power, dead in space, because we have 0 power. That's why I was suggesting using the ocean, because I thought maybe we could get some cover, and I expected us to be dead in the water.
Except
try-
by rules, we don't just die just because we're at 0 power. But everything doesn't shut off. That's not even rules as written. Now, will they blow the hell out of us when they shoot us? Probably, or beam over, because that's the thing they can do.
Yeah, beaming over is the problem.
What the?
Huh?
You okay there, GM?
I'm good.
Cloud cover.
Okay.
OCD. It's like, it's not right. It's not right.
Oh, okay. You were fixing the map. I was like, is this happening in front of us?
Is this I thought it was GM telling us hurry up. Now I'm moving the plot along. Like there were 2 planets.
I'm about to. So hurry up.
I think we're just overthinking the mechanic here.
Yeah.
Like, we got to
Yeah,
think what the character
hopefully-
would do. As captain of the ship, what would he do?
There's a captain, man.
Okay, here's the thing though.
That's what I'm saying.
It's literally Rothenstein's go. Rothenstein spends the 2. You guys spend 2 to keep, and literally all that's left is the science officer and the doctor to go,
I
or
can
the turn passes to them, or you do
you
a
wanna-
swift task.
keep. Yes, no.
I would probably say 2 to the keep, go to science officer, then override to. I would probably just say warp.
Okay, keep then. Two
Spending
minutes.
Me too.
Okay, you're keeping. So what's the science officer do?
Well, I was ordered to do the world's fastest survey. I don't know if that's what they want me to do still, but I can do it.
I think we said you're overriding to warp.
Oh, just starting with overriding to warp? Sweet, I can do that from the start, yeah.
That is going to be daring plus con difficulty of your overriding. So difficulty.
Should just be 1, right?
Yeah.
Her daring con's ass.
It's in battle. That's the reason why it's daring con,
Oh, I know.
and you're in close range.
Then
So
don't-
it's
then
fine.
don't do it. Then scan the planet.
Sure, okay.
Don't waste it. Don't waste it because it's we're not getting away.
Well, if we're scanning the planet, then why keep? The whole point of keeping was to try to warp.
That way, I guess we learn what they're doing before we die.
Hopefully the black box catches this and this can be useful.
There we go. Look at that. So yeah, World Galaxy's fastest survey to figure anything new out about what they're doing with the giant drill.
I'm gonna say right now you're in your combat and it's shielded, so you're not gonna get a good picture of it.
Oh well.
You need to go down to the surface of the planet to learn what they're doing.
Ah. Well.
So then override warp.
Sure, why not? We can try.
Daring con difficulty 1 assisted by the ship's engines con.
Daring con.
1 momentum on the table if you want to grab it.
I think I'll need it.
You have 2 power.
We were at 1 power.
Yeah. Ooh, actually, hold up. I think you have to have 1 power remaining.
We do have 1 power remaining.
No. At the end of the warp task, you have to
Do
have
we?
1 power remaining. I am double checking that. Like, you cannot go to warp and be dead in space.
Do.
So you can't. Okay, you can't spend more power than your engines, which yeah, I knew that. If enemy wishes to pursue, each pursuing ship must spend more power than the fleeing ship did. If they do, they will catch up with the fleeing ship. Yeah, you could pump your single power into it. You will be at 0 power.
Yeah, and I think we're okay with that because they still have to spend 2 to catch us.
That's
Yes.
apparently our plan. Oh wow.
Plus the ship. Bang.
Did you give me 1 threat?
1 power. We gave the 1 momentum we had.
And we get it back.
Get it back. You go to warp. You're at 0 power. Which direction were you going?
Out of system, probably.
Away.
No, if you go towards the sun, I think we get 2 bonus momentum because of plan of action.
That was one of the navs I have in the computer, so. Because I have
Okay.
Alpha Nav 3 warping out of the system, and
What
Nav
do you-
3 is just the sun.
What are you spending your bonus momentum on?
Crying a little. Because we can't keep.
Can't
Yeah.
keep.
Oh, can you spend to go extra distance?
No. You're-
You should create an advantage that that we partially made it around the star, maybe, or something.
no,
partial
it's
cover
because
by the
it's
star?
distance, so you're literally going from close range of them. You're technically the way warp combat rules work. Technically, you're not even there. You're heading towards the sun, but you technically move into medium range.
Not if we're fleeing. It's
That's
different.
right. You're fleeing. Okay, yeah. So, really, with that warp task from a third planet, the way warp speeds work, you would not make it in one single instant warp jump to.
And we create an advantage that the engineer has, or the science officer has overridden some safety protocols, so we get a little bit further using our 2 bonus momentum on an advantage.
I will roll a challenge dice, is what I will do. If there's an effect, you get to keep the power. Does that work for you?
Sure.
That was worth a shot, though.
And we-
Yeah, I mean,
Now
in
the
this
question is,
case,
do they-
yeah, in this case, because we fleed from battle, the distance doesn't matter. Like we could be anywhere in here, that doesn't matter. They still have to spend 2 power to catch up to us. So it's really a case of do they want to chase, or are they more focused on what's going on the planet?
Out of combat.
That's how I understood the Sir Robin. I mean, the fleeing rule.
Yeah, I mean, you could put us 10 light years away from the system. It doesn't matter. You know?
With the amount of power, it would not make sense that you would be out of the system. You would be heading towards the net point.
I know for plot purposes, it makes more sense that we'd be in here, but in the mechanics wise, it doesn't matter where we're at.
to catch up with this, they always have to spend one more power than they spent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mechanics-wise, it doesn't really matter.
The question is, do they bother chasing us?
Yeah, that's the big question. That's why
You're out of
everything else is
combat,
immaterial.
and they're not chasing you. Some time passes, and you regain all your shields and power.
That was a little close, says Fox. Shields stabilizing. Power stabilizing.
Tactical systems back online, Captain.
Sick Bay will report minor casualties.
I'm sorry, Captain. I could not get a scan. The shielding was still up. There's nothing I can get through. Nothing I can do to get through that, unless we're on the ground.
Oh wait, I'm confused. I thought we just had to be closer.
Closer, a lot closer.
Okay, because I assume our ship sensors are more powerful than a tricorder.
Yeah, I think the GM said we're going to have to go down there.
Yes.
No, it's more. Yeah, it is not the matter of sensor strength. It's the shields block anything going through it. So you need inside the shields.
Oh, which is we can't beam you up, so.
You could take a
Yeah,
shot.
they didn't seem to care until we started firing at them. If we went down there in the shuttle, we could sneak on down there and have a look.
Yeah,
Is it possible to pass through shields with just people? Because I assume the shuttle wouldn't be able to go through their shielding. I don't know if we can physically just like go to the ground and walk through it. I would assume it'd fry us as much as any rocks or.
Well, we don't really know what shielding is around it. It could just be on the device itself, allowing you to walk right up to it. We don't really know yet.
Require getting closer.
Yeah.
No, if the shielding makes it so that you can't scan unless you're under the shielding, then the shielding is larger than the device.
But we don't know that.
But so if
The shielding was around the ship and the device.
if the shielding is just around the device, then there's no possibility to scan it at all without taking the shielding down.
Which could be one of the challenges.
You already know what the device is. It's a giant drill that they assembled, a giant Borg drill. You literally got that from the image, and it's shielded.
No, I'm trying to. I probably should just give up on it, but I'm trying to just like come up with a reason to go on a suicide mission.
We don't have to go on a suicide mission, to be fair. I mean, we can scan what we can, and that's the mission brief.
Because really, I think what we should be figuring out is what are they trying to get at? And we could either try to do that with our sensors from space, like what's in the planet, or get closer to the drill to figure out what's there if we can't get it from space. Well, we don't really have to get under the shields.
Well, heck, we don't even have to scan the device. We can, like you were saying earlier, we could scan deeper into the planet with the probe and see where they're drilling to.
The area under the device is also covered by the shield.
But it doesn't cover like hundreds of kilometers of rock, right? It would be piercing the ground, I would think.
Depends if this thing's actually deep in there, yeah. We still got a probe, so we can try.
Which, if the shield goes to a certain depth and say the rock is hiding whatever it is that's down there, then we don't have to go anywhere near the shielded site. We could just go into the cavern system and just go or dig ourselves. Assuming they don't care that we're doing that.
Oh, yeah, that could work.
We're a science ship. We don't go on suicide missions.
For a tactical boat, this would be a different conversation because we know exactly what our focus is. But they didn't tell us to blow this thing up. They just wanted us to figure out what they're doing.
No, they told us to stop them.
Well, some missions are failable. Kobayashi Maru, right?
Yeah,
we can do as
but
much as we can, but
in this case, the fail would be to leave and not lose the ship.
We can find a way to stop them doing what they're doing.
I'm still thinking we need to go down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can just do whatever everybody else wants to do.
Because maybe the suicide mission is on the planet as opposed to blowing up the ship.
No, yeah, I'm trying to avoid doing anything that's going to get us killed.
so what if we try with the probe scanning to see if there's any caverns that lead below the drill, or at least a thinner spot that we can kind of drill to wherever they're headed?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing we should scan for is see if we can decipher what they're scanning for. And depending on what the answer, we could proceed from there. But it's probably going to be like there's a cavern system, and then we just find an opening on the opposite side and then walk it.
Yeah, that's the hope I have anyway.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a hope of taking the shields down. Really, they're
Right.
just gonna kick. They're gonna kick our teeth in if we try again.
Insight plus science. This is to recall some of the information. They're Sonera? I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce that name.
Sonera, yeah.
Sonera.
That no one has ever found out anything beyond the initial survey results.
What the probe scans got earlier to get more detailed information.
That is built over one of the ruins. That's about the only thing to remember. But yeah, Inside Science. Diff what?
Diff 1.
Okay. And we have that, might as well cautious.
Yeah.
2 momentum generated.
There are, let's see, old artificial tunnels by the drill site. Close enough to it, I suppose.
Any outside the shielding, perhaps we could get into?
There might be a different way in. I mean, we could also just maybe beam straight into tunnels. If the shielding's not covering that particular section of them. Huh. Is it possible to locate such a site? GM?
Like, okay, so the tunnels go right where the drill site's at.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you could walk to potentially through the tunnels to where they're at, but the board just chose to tunnel down. themselves.
Oh, okay, so we can just go around. Got it. Sweet.
Yes.
Yeah, no, we can just beam to the entrance over here and then walk in. Or fly a shuttle to the entrance. Whichever works. Captain?
AFK.
Oh.
Still can hear us though. My guess is that they're probably going to try to take a. If we take the Angelo into orbit again, they might perceive that as an attack. So we might be better off trying to park an away team into a shuttle. Shuttle beams them to the site, and then they can stay as a escape boat.
Well, shuttle beaming is not exactly multi-use. Some shuttles only beam you like once.
Yeah, they can only. You have to have a runabout for that. Usually the shuttles are like emergency transport off.
We'd have to land the shuttle. Well, you would have to land the shuttle. I'm not trying to fly anything.
Yeah. So could land the shuttle either way. That's still, and actually it's M class. Yeah, landing's not a huge deal. We just land it. People get out, keep the engine running more or less, and then fly off when we need to.
Yeah.
And as long as the Angelo's in system, we can warp to the Angelo, reboard, and take off if we need to.
Well, yeah.
I like this plan.
And as we approach, it could probably be where we could have the shuttle be ready to turn around and jet away from them if they think that the shuttle's threatening. Though it's a small craft. I can't imagine anyone with their power level really caring about a small craft.
Yeah, it's possible that if we didn't have that combat earlier, they might not even have cared about the Angelo.
Well, most ships usually respond to that kind of firepower by running away, not nearly knocking our shields out in one go.
But no, I think probably just take a shuttle and land it, because they probably will not care about a shuttle because they're looking for technology. What's special about a shuttle?
Yeah. Let me check what shuttles we could launch.
And to be fair, they probably still know that we're here and they're not caring about us anymore.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, they very clearly could care about us if they wanted to.
Yeah.
So it's either we could take the shuttle or take the ship back. I don't think it really matters.
Beaming would be faster.
Because if you're worried about them attacking us, then you'd want the ship over a shuttle.
But my thought pattern is that if we approach with a ship, they may take that as hostile act, whereas we just approach with a small craft. They may not see that as a hostile act. They may just ignore it until we start doing something.
They only did something after we shot them.
I don't know about you, but I'd take a shot at somebody who shot him. Someone walks into a bar, takes a punch at me, and they leave. I might not want to leave the bar, but if they come back, I'm probably going to punch them the minute they come back because they punched me first.
But that is you being very, very human. These are not humans. They're something else entirely.
I can fly either the Angelo or a shuttle. I'm just presenting the.
Should we just roll dice and decide?
Sure.
So we're not debating this to death.
Yeah. Flip a coin.
Because I mean, if you want, we got two options that we're debating. We could just let the dice decide. Shuttle it is.
Hey, let's go.
Sorry to be pushy. I just think we're still very much early into this episode.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
You are. Just
Oh,
FYI.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I don't even think that this is all of it. I think this is supposed to be a quick scene and back to us potentially.
something like that. Pretty sure.
So I'm just trying to help Braxton move it along a little bit. Away team. So
I have plans, so keep in mind, I have plans for the Angelo and the away team.
Yep. So I mean,
right, so half and half, or half in support.
makes sense. You'd put a science person and an engineer down there. Probably someone who can shoot.
Yeah, so it'd probably be Sonera because she's
I think that's
sciencey. It'd definitely be the tactical officer. I don't think the engineer would go in this case, at least the chief engineer, mostly because the damage to the ship. And I'd be hard pressed to see the doctor going either because of the casualties.
Oh yeah.
The alternative would be like a Type 9, probably Type 8. The only benefit of a Type 8 is that it's rugged and it's easier to repair. That's
Type
really
8s, Type 8s are not in service yet.
Oh no, so it's even the older ones.
It'd be
Shoot, the
Type 7.
6. Type 6, Type 7s.
Be Type 7 really, or Type 6.
So yeah, so really I see this being potentially the captain or first officer if they have one. Sonera, Dario.
Sonera is the first officer.
Oh shit. Oh.
So it'd be Sonera then, Delgado, whatever, the security officer, and then just probably support from there.
I think the only other engineer we have is actually her daughter.
She's not in play yet, so
Okay, good.
Now here's the thing: there is a blank supporting character sheet. If you guys want to make a supporting character real quick, you're more than welcome to.
Plug an engineer in there.
God, three.
It looks
three
like all the
security
supporting
officers.
characters there are dirty.
What?
Yeah, a lot of the support characters are just security ensigns.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Borg.
Yeah, probably just make a generic supporting ones. We could probably just use one of ours. Honestly.
Just use their stats and say hi.
Yeah.
Different
yeah.
name.
Yeah.
It'll be the stats and then the top 3 focuses, and that'll be it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can quick generate one. It won't take long.
Alright.
Just figure out
Yeah.
everyone else. I'll generate the guy. It won't take.
I
long.
mean, yes.
Yeah, and then
Sonera-
probably just grab one of the random security officers to have a little more firepower if you need it.
Yep.
And probably bring the doctor just in case, or not the Thompson here because he is the medical.
Yeah. Alright, sounds good to me. Put them all on the shuttle. Let's go. There are so many humans on this ship.
Most Starfleet vessels are human. Mostly, I'm sure for monetary reasons in the shows. You know, it costs money to put prosthetics on people.
That's fair.
And since this is a low budget scene, although a lot of this, there's a pretty fair number of support characters that are non-human.
The reason why is because I used other character sheets to generate these stats for time's sake, for the senior staff. So, I have Sonera, Thompson, and Dario going down. Who else is going?
I'd say one of the security supports.
Natasha, Evans, or
Doesn't matter. I think they're all pretty similar.
Yeah, let's take Tasha Yar. I mean, Hart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been tough on Denise Crosby since she left the show. She needs a game.
I don't really think that's her, but okay.
Close enough.
It's her doppelganger.
I mean, it's the same general kind of hairstyle. And blonde.
Fair.
Because I think, I
Basic
definitely,
right?
since we're dealing with the Borg, I definitely think that we don't want a lot of an away team.
I mean, you can take 6 players down. It's fine. There's just keep in mind, like, it just depends on who's on the planet surface and who's on the ship. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to have all 6 of us on both.
I like the plan we had.
Yeah.
So,
Small team in case stuff goes sideways. There's less people, so it can move quicker.
who's the
in
supporting
theory.
character? So who's the second supporting character? Or the other supporting character you're making? An engineer?
Engineering.
Yeah, we definitely want to take the engineer. So I guess there'd be 5 anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I know computer. It's fine. It's fine. Take a breath.
Okay.
Oof.
Are you sure you want to generate a PDF? That could be dangerous. Yeah, I know computer. It's fine.
Hell no.
I'm a big boy. I can handle it.
You like to live on the edge.
Yeah.
That's how they get your personal information.
Too late for that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Way too late.
The government already has it.
Big Brother is watching. That's okay. The computer is your friend, and you are happy because the computer tells you.
That's what a commie would say. A commie mutant traitor. I'll report you to friend computer. Because I'm helpful. That's
Not if I
no.
concur.
Not for medicine. That's not how that's going to work.
Just got to remember that every nation has their own version of the NSA, and they all share data with each other. So,
Trans. That's not how stuff works.
what?
Don't mind me. Tricorder. It's not how you spell tricorder. Toolkit. Combat. It's important to know.
All right. We're gonna go to a scene change.
Unarmed. And Phaser.
Back in the theater of mind at the bar with Sarissa and Mr. Fox. As you're surrounded, he goes into the tale of what so far has happened on board the Angelo, as telling Gig of how they attacked a Borg probe and barely survived it, warping away only to send an away team down via shuttlecraft to the planet's surface. The waitress comes out and sets the 4 drinks onto the table. He takes a shot and just downs the first one. Keep him coming. She just kind of looks at him puzzling as she walks off to get some more.
Cirrus is just nursing hers and mild, like unsure if she should be confused or not. Like, this isn't the story I've not heard much at all, but not the. What happened here that is relevant to what happened later? Of course, their cover story thing, and that's what you're trying to tell me here.
There's no cover story. It's just the Borg are not the only thing that happened that day.
Oh.
To be honest, we should have just bombarded the planet with torpedoes, but I don't think that would have made a dent in that Borg vessel.
No, probably not. Not with that class of vessel. That is very strange. Well, those weren't exactly best times. Only had to learn about that kind of thing through academy training.
Well, to be frank, during our time in the academy, they didn't teach us anything about the Borg.
Well, no, I was in the academy after this happened, so new things, horrifying things. Great. What are you doing now? Like, do you have plans from after this meeting?
I just want to try and get my life back together, and I think the first thing I do is like I need to tell you this story. I need to get this off my chest because you deserve to know.
Well,
Yeah.
So go ahead.
No, continue.
Well, I'm here, and you've got my attention, to say least, about it.
Yeah,
But not going to be pushing you. It doesn't sound like a pleasant thing, and I know those are not exactly fun to recall.
no. If only we could have got away. But that was the least of our troubles, and as he continues on with the story, you jump to the away team. With a lovely shuttle ride and a Type 7 down the surface of the planet, just outside where the reach of the Borg, they seem to ignore the shuttle as you land on the surface of the planet. A light rain is on the surface of the planet currently.
Well, let's go as fast as we can. Figaro, if you would please lead the way. At least, be in front and doing your big man things.
Question: what were you guys taking down? Were you taking phaser rifles down, or just standard equipment?
Dario's taking a phaser rifle.
I'd probably say the security officers would get the rifles.
Yeah, I just need over
Everyone else-
escalation.
everyone else just the standard.
Yeah, the engineering kits and
Yep.
sciencey stuff, but that's... actually, is one of these... Let me double check a thing here. Aha! Kian might want a medical kit because he's not actually a doctor, he's security. Oh, he's medical. Never mind, I'm wrong. Haha.
Yeah, I thought he was medical.
I had that the wrong way around. I was like, yeah, they're all security NPC is actually.
His assignment says medical.
I looked at
He
the
has
wrong
the
one.
fourth
Okay.
medicine.
Never mind, he is a medic. We're fine.
He actually has a pretty decent security, so he could still shoot.
Yeah. Scenario also has it's not bad security.
Think of just bringing along Taylor, the engineer, bringing along a universal translator. I know the Combat has one, but the external one can make translating like stuff on walls and stuff easier.
Oh yeah, it makes
It's a
sense.
specialized tool for that.
Yep. Yeah. And we still have not found any text about these ruins. Ever. There's nothing in the database.
It is a complete mystery to this planet.
Yep.
It drives archaeologists crazy that they can't find anything.
Yeah.
Let's succeed where they have failed.
I mean, less concerned about that right now, to be honest. No, there must be something of great importance. I just have to wonder what else would be. We won't know till we get there. So,
Maybe they're cybernetic tourists. With the very violent tourists.
in a manner of speaking, distinctly possible, yes.
Why can't we be the violent tourists?
Because you're wearing that uniform.
Here, the Klingons are pretty violent tourists.
Moving on, please, if you wouldn't mind.
What I wouldn't give for a couple Klingon warriors right about now.
I'm fine with them not being here. I'm perfectly cool with that.
I have to agree with.
Of course, Captain.
Yes, the captain's not here.
Dario and Natasha take the lead, and we head in the direction indicated by our XO.
I have one pip. It is Lieutenant.
I made your character Lieutenant Command.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yes.
You got a second one on the way down.
Lieutenant Command. Never mind. Okay.
Field commission, don't die.
Either way, still not captain, but let's go.
This is
All right, you start heading towards the drill site, and you come to the coordinates to where you indicate that there is an underground tunnel network. As you enter, essentially, the underground structure made of crude stonework, what also appears that you can tell with a glance there might have been some flooding inside this area at one point, but appears to be dry.
You think some water would pool into here from all that rain outside?
If the angle allowed for it.
True.
This looks like a different sort of water damage, for lack of a better word. What is this? Long-term erosion from exposure to water, or
Like long term, like something water flowed here at some point.
like it was an underground stream.
Yeah. Like no, the stonework is man-made. It's just the erosion because of water, has eroded some of the stone away.
Okay. Oh, it might flood from every now and then, or it could be old water aqueduct. That's what you called them. Something similar to that.
Shall we proceed, Commander?
Yes, it'll just be basic scanning while walking. Just more or less. Is this what we've already found out here? Yep. Like, do these scans match with what we apparently know so far from previous surveys?
This site wasn't completely 100% surveyed.
Oh, well, I guess we're surveying it then.
So Dario will take the lead and direct Natasha to run drag to watch her back.
Just be a slower pace so I can get these readings properly.
Doggo.
Okay, who is currently scanning
Yes.
reason plus science difficulty of 2?
Observation.
Sure.
Okay. Oh. 1 momentum for cautious.
If I can find it, there it is.
I didn't change the name, but hey, that's the right sheet.
You get it back. Your tricorder beeps as you're kind of mapping indicating multiple humanoid life signatures up ahead.
Well, that'll be a tap security boy on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, we've got life signs up ahead, humanoid." How many?
Multiple.
Multiple. Can I narrow that
Humanoid or
down?
board?
Can you repeat that?
Am I capable of narrowing that down?
It's a big blob, like multiples. So it
They're
could
all
be,
too close together. Yeah.
yeah.
I think we've got a momentum because of that roll as well.
Yes, you got a
Commander.
momentum.
Commander, do you want me to try to sneak ahead and have a look-see?
Let's check if... I don't know if I have the reference material to check if these are Borg or not.
I will tell you it is Borg.
It is Borg, okay. Check ahead, yes. Let's see if you can get a more accurate count with your eyes. Do try not to be seen. And don't shoot them if you don't have to.
Oh, yes, Commander. That security report I read from Lieutenant Commander Worf said as long as we don't pose a threat, they tend to ignore.
Right, well,
All right.
try to not look non-threatening then.
Yes, Commander. I'll walk casual.
See what I imagine is an absolute brick wall of a man with the resolute talent.
Oh, I forgot to add his extra stress.
Like I just looked at it, I'm like, he is a brick wall of a man, is he not?
Eats his Wheaties every morning. It's space Wheaties, but same difference. Actually,
And
it's
also,
probably healthier.
Yeah, he's a brick.
But as an athletic martial artist, he's surprisingly nimble on his feet for such a large man.
that is just horrifying.
Okay, real quick though, can it give me insight plus engineering difficulty of 1? It would be very it would require a significant blast to break the support structures and collapse the tunnels. It can be done. It just requires enough force. You won't be able to cut it using a typical phaser.
Commander, if you want, I could also back to the shuttle, grab some charges if you think we need to possibly get ready to close this, he gestures, tunnel. I thought about collapsing it as a way to run away, but looks like it's fairly solid, so we wouldn't be able to do it with just phasers. I didn't think to bring charges because I wasn't thinking there was going to be a blob of hostiles nearby, so...
Reasonable. Precautions are precautions. If we have any in the shuttle, go ahead.
I'll just be right back. I'll run back. I'll be back.
That's gonna be a while, so because you're pretty deep inside.
Yeah. He'll move a bit of distance and then sprint back.
Give trying to do the sneaky sneak thing.
Well, that's why I'm trying to give a bit of distance so I don't screw this guy up. It's like, hey, everybody,
Fitness plus fitness security difficulty of 2 to get back to the shuttle.
I'll spend a momentum. Kind of don't want to screw this up. Well,
It succeeded cost.
yeah.
You get to the shuttle, you're out of breath. Next task to get back to the group is going to increase in difficulty to make it back in time. But you feel kind of exhausted because you weren't expecting a giant, to run up a slant. It was like easier going down, but it just did enough incline.
Just enough to be annoying. It's like it didn't seem bad
Yes.
at first. It's like it's really annoying when you do it the second time around.
Yeah. So with that, to find what you're looking for is going to be insight plus engineering, difficulty of 2.
Even with complication, I'm willing to accept jury rigging to, even if I can't find necessarily a charge, finding things that I could make into a charge in the near future.
It's still difficulty 2.
Oh, yeah. But can I take that focus on that limit?
Jury rigging?
Yeah. Because I'm trying to find stuff that
Sure.
isn't necessarily. Yeah.
Go ahead, MacGyver.
Have a threat.
It's like, I mean, this is just 3 different bundles of power cells, but it'll work.
Huzzah.
You find the appropriate equipment to make a charge. You need to strap something together, you can. Keep in mind, it's actually engineering supplies, so it's power cells and power equipment. It's not an actual shaped charge, because it only contains engineering equipment, not.
Their charge is waiting to happen.
Yes, their charge is waiting to happen. It's like your battery. It's your battery and your cell phone. It's just waiting to go off at some point.
That's happened once.
He'll try to sprint back again. It'll be harder, but
He's gonna sprint back.
he's gonna try.
Fitness security difficulty of 3.
Oh my god.
Huh.
You wish to succeed at complication.
Not with. Well, these things aren't ready to blow, so yeah, I'll take complication.
As you're running back as fast as you can, you are halted suddenly when you see a Borg drum.
Well, that wasn't in the brochure.
Coming out from another tunnel.
What does the drone seem to be doing?
It walks, it turns, and looks at you. And proceeds to follow the group, go down to where the group's at. Meanwhile, go ahead.
Tapping comm badge. Lieutenant Commander, slight problem.
Go ahead, specialist.
Yeah, so I was on my way back, and funny story. There's a Borg here that's heading your way. Doesn't seem to really care about me. But yeah, just heads up.
Roger, let's get to cover. Well, pass that on and try to get out of its way and hide.
And Taylor just intends to follow at a safe distance as long as it doesn't turn around. He's hoping it won't care that he's there.
Okay, so the other 4, are you guys going to duck somewhere and hide, or
Is there something to duck hide behind?
Each other.
there's other tunnels? Like, it's not just a straight corridor line. Like, you're following, okay, we're going this way because this is the path to go. But it's sort of like jettisons to different paths. So
Yeah, and then if everyone else agrees, just kind of duck out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Stuck into a different tunnel and out of the way.
Control security difficulty 2.
Well, I believe the security boys should go first.
I will give you a threat for bold security for bold. Wow, really?
2
Every one of them.
19s. That is an 18. Wow.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to refill my coffee on the back of that great roll.
It do be like that sometimes.
Oops.
So you're laser focused at what's in front of you. About the other three.
Oh, the other security officer is
Whoever is playing the other security officer.
Hart.
Yeah, whoever is playing Hart.
Doc, you could play the other security officer.
And you are muted, Mountain.
Sure. Sounds good.
I'll bring up the doctor or the medical support.
It's control security difficulty 2 to kind of duck and cover.
What's the name of the support?
Natasha Hart.
Security what? Control?
Control security.
Hand phasers? Hand-to-hand combat?
No.
Hiding.
Neither- Hiding. Oh, no.
You're not shooting anything yet.
You smell like cheese.
Huh?
Flush, shut up.
That's gonna be the weirdest background shout I have ever heard.
It's got to be a TV or something.
Anyway, I've got a 11. I can give this a go. Oh. I can give you a threat too, I guess.
All right.
There we go. It was needed.
Yep. And against Thompson.
I'll roll for Thompson here. Control security. I'm not going to give you anything. He's a medical officer. He doesn't care.
Oh, he had a higher. That's pretty good.
I know. he's training to be a combat medic.
The Borg drone starts walking past the tunnels as you take cover and you notice it, and it comes up to who is apparently looking ahead like, wait, Commander. Commander. And you turn around and you see the Borg drone walking towards you. What do you do?
Just step out of its way, and I lower the weapon so it's not pointed at it. Just step out of its way.
Step out of its way. And it just walks right by you.
The Klingon was right.
So if that's how that is, you reckon we could just walk past whatever's ahead of us?
Great. To keep an eye out.
I will wait for the specialist first. Should be here soon.
After some time, who is very much out of breath as you're waiting on him, finally arrives.
Good to see you again, Kenneth. He's getting coffee still, right?
Nice of him to bring friends.
They're all well, if they've landed a ship, I can assume that there's Borg all over the place. It's only fair that they're also exploring the tunnels in some capacity.
Well, I guess we should find out what they're looking for. What do you think, Air Commander? Want
That's
to
what
go
we're here to
sneak up
do.
ahead?
Judging by that, it might not even be necessary to sneak. Just keep your eyes open and make sure we don't stumble into anything we shouldn't.
Like, yes, ma'am. Just give me a little head start. And if you hear me imitating the scream of a young girl, then you know problems have occurred.
Of course. Oddly specific, but I'll keep it in mind.
I think that's a good signal for panic.
Mm-hmm. There are different Starfleet regulations for panic.
It's hidden in the procedure, man. You have to look really close, ma'am. No. Anyway, I'll
I'm
proceed
sure.
with your.
After you, Lieutenant.
Darrow's going to take him a nice lead ahead of the rest of the group and walk softly yet confidently ahead.
You slowly enter the large chamber as it comes through, comes clear, and you see several Borg drones. What appear to be around a obelisk-shaped object.
Do the board take notice of me as I on the room,
You're
or
kind of
see them?
you see them, like it's pretty obvious, like it's a large chamber, fairly kind of lit in a way.
Huh. That's new.
Can I scan the obelisk?
No, that's probably my job, but yes. The engineer.
That's true.
Someone with less muscles.
Yes, at the center chamber is a large black obelisk. It seems to be towering up several, probably good 40 meters underground.
How many Borg?
Insight security difficulty 2.
My bet's on too many.
Yeah, I'm not going to give any threat for this. I'm just going to give it a go. Look at there.
Oh, I see how it is. I do a roll and I screw up. I don't know what I'm complaining about. Don't mind me.
You count that you can see 24 Borg drones. They seem to be constructing or building tasks, essentially doing tasks of constructing consoles or equipment around the obelisk.
Count 24 Borg, Commander. They're building something around a obelisk. They don't appear to be paying any attention to me. If you want to send someone up to get an investigating scan on this obelisk.
Well, we'll all move up and see if we can scan it. And if they're building something, well, we've got explosives now, I guess.
We should be all right as long as we don't interfere with what they're doing. Or until we interfere, I should say.
I was going to say.
We'll
I should have
find out
brought
what they're
stamps.
doing first. Yeah, we'll shift forward and see if we can't get a scan of it, or if we're too far away, and we'll figure it out when we get there.
Are you going to get close to the obelisk, or are you going to try to scan it from where you're at?
Scan it from here, well, to see if it is scannable from here first. It's a matter of, will this work? Yes or no? Oh.
I mean, you're roughly like 12, 15 meters.
That should be close enough, right?
Closer is always better, but that should be within range of a science track order.
Reason plus science difficulty of 3.
It's better than 5.
Yeah. And how far away are the Borg?
Oh, they're all around it. Like you're like ducked in like the tunnel, and you're literally like watching Borg drones like walk in front of you.
So they're like, okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to see, like, could I duck out 5 feet and see if that would work? But nah, never mind. I think a diff 3 is fine. Reason science, you said? Or was it insight?
Reason plus science, difficulty
Okay.
of 3.
Observation?
More like metallurgy.
I have computers and quantum mechanics. I don't think that counts.
No.
Metallurgy, okay. And we don't have... we don't have anything. Okay, damn. I was like, I could walking encyclopedia it, but I can't. I'll give you a threat. We'll give you... I might regret this. 3 threat?
I already regret it.
Yeah.
You
You know
got
that
it.
moment? You know that moment the last dice is like, you didn't need me.
As you are scanning or conducting a scan, you obviously see several computer components that the Borg are creating. Apparently, they're scavenging some things from maybe their vessel. But the obelisk in question, it appears to be made of neutronium.
That is... I'm trying to remember exactly what neutronium is. There we go.
It is a very rare dense metal found naturally in the core of neutron stars.
And someone managed to make an obelisk out of it?
Yes. Someone made you guys discovered a long time ago, almost a year ago, that someone made an entire planet out of it. So.
Yeah, we did find that. Well, that was
Not
years
these
from now
characters.
for these people. But
Yes,
yeah.
years from now.
That's neutronium. And I would say solid neutronium, but as best I could tell, it could be plated. Because you can't scan through it. I'm going to guess solid.
Oh, it looks like it's a
Neutronium
solid.
leaf.
You don't detect any cracks in it. It looks like a solid piece.
Oh, no. Okay. What could they be? No, we definitely can't blow that up.
We gotta do something.
They're setting up computers in a way that seems like they're trying to plug into this thing.
To your best guess, they're trying to figure out. They're doing something. But yeah, they're setting up computer consoles and various equipment that you can tell.
Is there any way to divine the purpose of the computers they're setting up?
Unfortunately, no, not the way Borg tech works. You'd actually have to scan it.
And I'm guessing I need to get closer to scan it.
Yeah, like you would probably need to be next to the console.
I'm guessing does not happen to be a console with no Borg by it.
No, they're all working digitally for Borg.
Would scanning the console be perceived as a threat? I mean, it's entirely possible we could just walk up to it and
No, that was
Scan
my
it.
next thought. Is if you would be so kind as to cover me, and maybe have Hart do the same, and we'll find out.
Lieutenant Commander, if you want, I mean, you're the ranker here. I could pop down there and give it a scan, and rather than endanger yourself.
Do you happen to have spent quite a bit of time studying computer systems?
I'll cover you.
Xenotech, transporter replicators, that sort of thing.
You know, that is generous offer.
Well, it's
No,
part of my job.
now we can go together. You know, strength in numbers and all of that, right? Give each other a helping hand when needed.
Well, Commander, Commander, I was planning on going with you myself. If they better, whoever goes has somebody security wise with them. I figure I hand my rifle off to somebody to be to be as least threatening as possible. Have Natasha cover us with her rifle, and
I'll do that.
I think you.
if anything happens, I'll grab one and you run.
I think you keeping your rifle is perhaps the best choice for you. Knowing your marksmanship scores.
It might be better we only send, if someone does go down, the scanner just, only one scanner goes, because the more of us that cluster together, the easier it is for them to just blast the whole group of us.
Okay, Kenneth. Be careful. If anything starts going weird, you're running, okay?
Oh, yeah, I was going to do that anyway. He takes his charges and hands them to the security officer, because probably doesn't want to be carrying those. Just a big bundle of batteries.
Sure.
If you get stumped.
All right, Kenneth, you ready?
If you get stumped, just wave me over.
Don't worry, I know how to use the record function, Commander.
I've had
Jock,
to remind people that exists, so.
Also, I'm gonna say, I'm assuming you guys actually do have like an active comm link to the ship, so they all hear all this for another player's sake.
Fair enough, yeah.
So you walk up to the console very slowly. Control con difficulty 2. And we'll make it 1. Sorry. Control con difficulty of 1. 2. Slowly approach one of the consoles and not attract too much attention.
Is it 1 or 2 that changes?
Just 1. Just diff 1.
Okay.
Diff 1.
Have a threat.
Gain a momentum.
I'll spend that momentum.
Thanks for coming along, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
You get really close to one of the board drums and you begin to start scanning the console. Reason plus engineering difficulty of 2.
Xenotech focus?
Sure. That will apply.
I don't think it gets much more Xenotech than the Borg.
Yeah. It's like, if you're going to bring a specialist, bring down the Xenotech guy. Have a threat. Oops, I have a focus.
Gain a momentum. It appears to be some sort of communication device.
Tap comm badge and kind of talk quietly into it. Commander, some sort of communication device in front of me. GM, I presume subspace?
No.
Not subspace based. I'm not exactly sure what they're talking to, but that's what this looks like to me.
Yeah, that is unexpected.
Hmm.
And we didn't even know anything was down here, so everything about this is unexpected.
I'm thinking of poking my nose at another console just to verify if this is just one communication console or it's part of a larger network.
Do what you can within reason.
And I'll creep over to another console to scan, mainly checking to see if it's also a communications console or not.
Control Conducty 1 to sneak over to another console.
Despite my complaining, Daria, you should probably do this first. You have a better score than I do.
All right. Then I will give you a threat in the hopes of building some momentum for you.
Hey.
2 momentum generated.
Really don't want to make any noises, so I'm going to spend all that momentum. These are spooky, scary Borg.
Get a momentum back. Reason plus engineering difficulty 2 to scan the other console.
Xenotech as a focus.
Yes.
Spending a momentum. I said spending a momentum. There we go.
This device appears to be some sort of scanning device. You are not familiar with the tech. Does not use anything Federation standard.
Like the whole console is a scanning device?
Yeah, the whole console is a scanning device.
Commanders, console-sized scanning device. Whatever there's doesn't match any known configuration, but something that big, I would hazard they're either scanning this entire room or they're deeply scanning the obelisk in some fashion.
I mean, we've never heard of anything that can scan through neutronium. But from everything we've seen, I wouldn't exactly say it's past these things. Are you able to lift any of their readings?
Can't really read the language. Oh, wait, I'm smart. I take up my universal translator and see if reading it from my tricorder, if it makes any sense of what I'm reading.
Insight plus science. Diff 1. It would appear that there is some sort of neurogenic energy inside the obelisk.
If that makes any sense to you, Commander, he repeats what the translator told him and basically transmits the tricorder data back to her. Like, that's what I found.
Neurogenic?
Oops.
That's more of a. Does that make any sense to Snera?
It makes no sense to you at all.
You know, I don't have anything for that.
Well, neuro, that sounds like something maybe the doctor would know about.
Yeah, quick.
Oh yeah. Does our resident medic know anything?
Can I get an insight roll?
No way.
Insight medicine difficulty of 1.
That's weird.
No momentum, huh?
Sorry.
What?
Sorry for spending it. I mean, 'cause-
Guess I got to give you a threat.
yeah.
My insight's not the greatest.
I was
Doesn't
down to
have
2.
enough.
I'm back up to 17.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Borg are already here, so.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
oh.
a way.
Oh, lad.
3 momentum gained. Neurogenic is essentially the energy patterns for most humanoid species.
The nervous system. They're scanning for nervous systems.
Concerning.
Biologic nervous systems.
They think the planet's alive?
Or they're scanning for us, which means they probably know we're here.
There's easier ways to detect life forms, heat signatures and stuff.
I will give this to you. The scanning device was pointed at the obelisk, and the obelisk was
Yeah.
reading that.
Yeah. That's freaking weird.
The obelisk is scanning for. Or
No, the
they're
Borg.
scanning the obelisk for.
No. The Borg scanned the obelisk. The scanning material returned back. There's this signature inside the obelisk.
Oh.
So
Oh.
the Borg can scan through the neutronium.
Okay, that is new. I mean, of course it's new. But that means there's something alive inside of the obelisk?
Theoretically? But then again, we're talking about a rock here. Actually, that's not that weird now that I think about it.
Well, the engineering geeks are going to love to scan to the scanner.
It's clearly been shaped by something and placed here, and he's got an interest in it. Olivia, Captain?
Yeah, really.
Captain, you're being paged from the away team while they're on the surface, and you're listening to all this. So,
Did you hear me?
Can now.
Go ahead.
I hope you've been hearing that. It seems like there's something alive in this neutronium obelisk down here. Whatever it is, the Borg seem interested in it. Very interested in it. Do you have any suggestions, sir?
Keep investigating and let me know what you find.
Yes, sir. Let's try another console, see if you're getting a different reading. Oh no, are they going to try and drill it open?
I mean, I think you're thinking what I'm thinking now.
no. So
They drilled to
you
get down here. Yeah.
They drilled to get down here. Like you can see like the scorch marks from like the cavern. Like it's like daylight, and there's some rain coming in. You know.
It'd be cooler if they were.
We can't just. No. This is far too heavy for us to just try and steal with a tractor beam and a flyby, isn't it?
Drill's in the way.
Also true, yeah.
And neutronium, you probably wouldn't be able to get a lock on it.
Okay, we'll move on to another console, see if they've got a different reading. Clearly, they're able to know or find out more than we are. So, take advantage of what they found out.
As the away team continues to try to figure out what the Borg are doing down here, we're going to cut back to so scene change.
Tick and tick.
Crazy, right? The Borg investigating some sort of obelisk that it's alive? I don't know.
I mean, I would say it's the strangest thing I've heard, but it's not.
I mean, also, Angela was a science and research, the survey and scientific research vessel. It's just, I mean, we deal with the weird, but
That is very weird. Yes. If, well, if we'd known what we do today, well, we know there's an entire planet built out of the stuff. It's not alive, though.
You found an entire planet named of neutronium.
Yes. What was his name? There's something. It was a gatekeeper planet. Was it a gatekeeper? What were they? The
Nerelia, and it's from the Takan Empire.
Khan Empire. Yes. Sorry. The Khan Empire earlier. It was strange. They seem to have a remarkable ability to manipulate the material. It's more than I can explain. It's way outside of my field.
Yeah, but story doesn't end there, Commander or Lieutenant. Sorry, you look kind of like your mother.
Thank you. I've heard that a lot.
But you thought the Borg was our troubles. Well, it just got worse. We weren't prepared for it, and they came out of nowhere, and the Orions attacked us out of the blue. Not sure why. Maybe we stumbled onto something in that system we weren't supposed to stumble onto. But they took the ship and boarded it instantly. And I owe your sister everything. On the bridge of red alert sirens are sounding as multiple Orion ships are attacking the Angelo.
Wait, like they came out of nowhere?
As in, like, they decloaked and fired upon you, like, in an instant. So.
Damn Orion morons.
Yeah.
It's called they're just opportunists. You mispronounced opportunists.
No, I said the correct phrase.
Who do we have left for? We have 2 other security officers, I think, supporting. So do you want Rem or Zalo? I didn't even really name that. I just left it random. On the bridge. I think there's Evan too.
Don't think it matters. They have the same stats for what matters.
Put an Andorian on the bridge. That sounds fun.
Oh, he's a little baby.
He really is. Wow.
Man, to Starfleet recruit them young.
Fresh out of high school.
Academy. Thank you very much.
Unless he's enlisted.
How many ships are we talking?
On your sensor readings, you're registering 8 Orion interceptors, and they've already started beaming aboard individuals.
Captain, we're being overrun.
Hail
We're
them.
being
Hail them.
As you're about to open hailing frequencies. 5 Orion pirates beam aboard the bridge of the Angelo.
I put my hands up and say, "Don't shoot."
Oh, I'll stop because the captain's saying don't shoot.
Surrender your ship.
I will give you everything you want, but I get to pack my shuttles with my people and send them on free. You do that, I'll give you anything you want on this ship.
The other pirate kind of looked a little stunned for a second. Is he serious?
I'm part of a federation of planets which dwarfs your people in resources. We'll get it back eventually, but you will probably win today, so I would have liked to avoid unnecessary death.
Okay.
Kind of goes over and takes out a communicator and starts talking to somebody. The rest are they're pointing their disruptor pistols at you.
I'm gonna, when he steps away, I'm gonna point to the other ones and say, just in case he says yes, I'm gonna pick up this pad and look through a crew manifest. And I'm gonna pick up a pad.
He kind of points at it no funny business.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna keep picking up the pad. And I'm gonna go through the pad and find out wounded, if we have any pregnant officers, if there are any children on board, women and children first, as many shuttles as I can fill up.
You only have 2 shuttles. One's on the surface.
Well, I'm gonna use both of them.
I will give this to you. There is 1 pregnant Starfleet officer, and there are 2 children on board the ship currently.
So, my 2 shuttles, they're Type 7s? So they have really large capacity, don't they?
12.
12 per plus the 2 pilots.
Okay, well then I'm gonna put them, all the wounded, and the youngest officers in the shuttles, leaving behind until I get to 28 people.
No deal, Captain. We're to take you all into custody.
Captain.
All right. Can I call back my away team? I would rather them be captured by you than whatever the Borg would do to them.
He kind of looks like he's never heard of them.
They're a species who can take down the shields of the largest Starfleet vessels in one shot, and they're on the planet right now. I don't want them to hurt my people. Can I recall my people? You'll be free to take them prisoner.
Did you get that, Captain? And you hear the sound of a woman's voice. Yes, just get him off that planet. Agreed.
Shall I send the recall signal then, Captain? Or shall
No.
Aye, sir.
I'm gonna lean over and press the comm button. Captain to Commander Sonera.
This is Lieutenant Commander Sonera, sir.
Some Orions have come upon us and don't know what danger they're in, so they've decided to opportunistically steal our ship. You have the option of returning with us, possibly into slavery, or dealing with the Borg on your own. You need to make that decision for yourself and the officers under you. I'm not going to give you any orders on the matter. But if you choose slavery over whatever the Borg decide to do to you, you have a limited amount of time to get back up here. There's no need to talk to me anymore. I can't offer you any solutions or queries. This is on your shoulders.
Yeah, that's probably just not actually,
If you do need it simplified, it's probably slavery or death, so make a decision, Commander. Angelo out.
Enough talking. Clear the bridge.
Captain, you can't let them do this.
How old is Angelo?
Fox.
Seeing as
He's
How
a
old?
lieutenant. I imagine his mid 20s to early 30s. Is a wild guess.
The ship itself? The Angelo.
No, oh, I said Angelo. No, I said Alan. I don't know what I said, but I meant Alan.
He's mid to late 20s.
You do have values that go against us, don't you?
He's making himself heard, and he's planning, but he can't do anything without the captain's green light, so he's kind of sitting there like, oh shoot, I can't do anything yet. Especially since he might be up to something and he doesn't know, but he's checking before he does anything rash.
No. Yeah, I'm calling on a value better than practical experience. And Roy knows of several times that incidents like this has happened, and Starfleet always comes out on top in the end. So he's going to just say, it's out of our hands now. You're not going to achieve anything except for getting yourself killed. And I'll walk off the bridge.
One of the Nuskins definitely follows you.
Oh, they said clear the bridge, so
Yeah.
Probably just making sure you're not going, see ya, and run for it.
Yeah.
Fox will take one last look at his fellow crew before he thinks about doing anything. If they look like they're going to leave, he's going to leave.
What does Sophia and Rim do?
Rim successful in locking down the computer.
For now.
You have to do a controllable security. You set the difficulty, which you rolled a 2.
Yeah,
So,
I rolled it. I only rolled a 2. I only had 2
Okay.
successes.
so that's the difficulty you set to lock down the ship's computer.
That's the number they have to hit to break it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Can I try to roll to provide incentive for people to just stand down?
You can make it an order.
Yeah, if you make it a direct order, he's not going to defy the captain. That's mutiny. He's hoping that you're giving him enough room to wiggle out of this, but
Okay, well I thought I'd already given you an order. I was trying to inspire people to follow it now. Yeah, well yeah.
yeah, we can flashback and say that that's an order. If you just add that to the end, that kind of cinches it for
Yeah.
Alan.
That's what I'll do then.
Yeah, he'll kind of. There's probably that half-second look, and then stepping away from the console. Which way, fellas?
It's the cargo
2
hold.
doors out.
Rosenthal, look it up. Follow you guys. Reluctantly.
Urge to punch someone rising, but that's mutiny, so he's not going to.
The Andorian Rim, as he walks by the captain, is under his breath. Since we're always slaves anyway, coward.
I'm gonna punch him.
Yeah.
Opposed area security. As this is going on in the corridor of the ship.
I'm gonna burn a starship is home, its crew a family.
Okay.
And that on a responsibility to the truth, because I don't believe that I'm a coward, and I don't want people claiming that. I don't want that to be the thing that survives about me.
A little late for that.
Sounds like an opposed daring security roll, I'm guessing.
Yeah, suppose it's opposed daring plus security.
I assume hand-to-hand combat.
Yes.
Not that the roll was all that impressive.
Yeah, with the determination spend, it didn't matter.
Yeah, so technically you generate 2 momentum, roll on armed strike damage.
Huh?
Against
This is gonna be pitiful.
It's 3.
I would like to put 3 momentum into that.
Just to knock him out.
Yeah.
You punch Rim. Do you wish to stay up? Because you're definitely knocked down. You can give me 2 threat to stay up if you want.
No, I'm not going to add more threat to the away team, but just to stay up.
The captain knocks the Andorian officer to the ground, and they're all kind of rushing like,
Whoa, Captain, easy.
I'm gonna adjust my uniform for a second, and then I'll say, "Damn it, Alan, give me a hand here," and I'm gonna pick him up pick the bullion up.
Andorian.
Dorian.
Oh, I thought it was the bullion. Okay.
Alan will kind of.
I
There's a
might
half
have
second.
thought twice about. Oh, because that's an actual security officer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought it was the bullion. I didn't realize how bad of a shot I had there.
There's that half second where Alan looked like he's about to step between you two, but he was way too late. So it's like, I'll stop you. Oh, way too late. Oh, you want me to help pick him up? Oh, I mean, okay, sure, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get Alan to help me carry him to the cargo bay.
So cargo hold, right? This way, gentlemen. Mind the random brawls.
All right, so you're being escorted to the cargo bay. As you kind of venture down, carrying the poor ensign. The doctor is being escorted by another Orion pirate. And several small children.
Oops.
It would help if I didn't hit the back button on my browser.
I would advise against it.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, you mind if I grab the medkit just off the wall over there to make sure he's not, dead? Just over there. I can just grab it real quick if you let me.
As he stops in the hallway, goes, "Fine."
Captain, if you just give me a second, I'll be right back. Very quickly goes to grab a medkit.
Make it insight plus security. Diff 1.
I can't think of any focus that would make sense here, so athletics is my only guess, but I doubt it.
No, it's the notice something.
Well, I mean, I noticed it. Not a whole lot I can do about that.
So the complication is going to follow here in a second, but you notice the Jeffries tubes kind of open, and you see Cerulia, you're one of the operation managers here on board the ship, Sonera's oldest daughter in the Jeffries tube. And the complication is one of the guards comes like, "What's taking you so long?"
Ah, damn it. He's gonna pivot and just slug this guy. And yelling the word, "Run!"
At that moment, so another security officer comes out of the hallway with his phaser rifle. Down the corridor and starts getting ready to shoot. So there's two sporting characters there.
Is it possible to do something?
Yeah, here in a second, but first we're going to resolve the Fox slugging one of the Orion pirates. So that's daring plus security opposed.
Spend toward determination. When all looks lost, improvise. Because I just noticed my
Sure.
fellow crewman who was trying to sneak away. It's like, oh crap! I punch him. That works, right? Athletics as a focus. I'm reaching like crazy.
No, not for athletics.
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken it either. No sense feeding you threat. You're already. That's just gonna be spent back at me. So.
I'm already spending one.
Yeah.
He succeeds.
So 4 challenge dice.
No, the pirate succeeds.
How do you figure? 3 versus 2.
Yeah, that's right. My bad. I am sorry. There's a lot going on in the back of my head. Trying to keep track of everything. So, yes. So we gain 1 momentum. Roll. 4 challenge dice.
I might spend to reroll some of that, but I'm gonna check best power before I say that because I don't have it open because I'm organized.
Clearly.
I'm gonna spend 1 to reroll those whiffs.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Takes 2 stress.
Takes 4. I have mean right hook.
Oh, that's right. I gave you moon. Takes
Yeah.
4.
Can I give you 1 threat to knock him out?
Sure. Why not? What could go wrong here? He is unconscious. Falls to the floor. We're in combat. He
Now
went.
it's possible to do something.
One of them gets to go.
I'm not
first.
on I'm not on Alan's side. Like, what I'd like to do is shout for everybody to stop, so these guys don't start shooting and we don't all get killed here.
I think it's too late for that.
Yeah, it's a little too late for that. The other guy is, because these other guys disruptors. He's going to shoot Alan. That's a hit. That's 5. Do you wish to stay up? Avoid the injury.
Is this non-lethal?
I did not spend lethal, so.
Yeah, I'll let him go down.
Okay. He shoots. Alan goes down.
Oh, sorry. At the same time you did.
It's back to you guys. And there's 2 security guards in there about ready to open fire.
Is there like a door here?
I think the captain wanted to do something, but
That's fair.
Yeah, I want to try to everybody to stop shooting, but I don't like it. I don't know if that's possible.
alcove here. Jeffrey's 2 this way.
Well, I guess I'm gonna do it regardless of if it works or not.
Who shot this guy? That one?
This guy here.
Faced into the wall.
Oh.
I mean, this guy's faced into the wall.
Presence command post for anyone who wants to go against it.
Go against what?
Alan's gonna resist.
Well, I mean, Alan's unconscious currently.
Well, he fails automatically then.
What are we going against?
The
Whatever the captain's telling.
Yeah, the captain is saying.
What did the captain say?
Oh, stand down.
Well, I'm a doctor, so
Take
Rosenthal doesn't take out a weapon or anything.
take 6 threat. Persuasion, inspiration, composure, any of those?
Persuasion.
Okay.
Well, you don't have to roll against the Orions. I don't think there's anything they could really do to. As they want to play for them, or
For the 2 security guys.
yeah.
I've done my bit. That's the most I'm doing.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it's terribly important. They're probably, unless they're gonna start shooting people.
Because in theory, for those interested, these people with rifles could area attack, knock these guys down. Then again, the captain did say stop, stand down. So
Yeah. It solves our immediate problem and nothing else, and makes everything else a lot worse.
5 momentum gained, and they stand down.
how much momentum? Sorry,
5.
5. Got it.
They put their rifles down and they come out. Keep moving. Leave them behind. We'll get them later. The one Orion shoves you, Doctor, to keep going.
If you want to try to convince them to let you do something, I'll try to help you.
Who is that aimed at?
Like, if you want to try to convince them to let you do something medically, I'll try to help you convince them.
He is AFK, so I'm gonna spend threat. I'm spending threat to. That should be enough. To force you guys to move forward.
Oh, pushing the scene forward.
Well, I'm not pushing the scene forward. I'm pushing the complication. Like, all the characters are getting shoved forward. Like, they won't let you stop.
Does Rim get left behind since he's unconscious?
The idea.
Fox.
The captain had him.
Yeah, I'm still carrying him.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy, yeah. Ow.
And all of you get taken to one of the cargo bays where there's a bunch of people already in there, of your crew members.
Okay, let's just duck out and drag him into the Jeffries tube.
Fitness, security difficulty of 2 for the advantage.
Well, we have some momentum now, so look at that.
Ow, my itchy eye.
We'll give you a momentum. And how does this work? I've never had untapped potential before in my life.
Roll a challenge die.
Roll 1 challenge dice. You have
Hey.
2 bonus momentum that has to be spent immediately. What do you wish to do with that bonus momentum?
He managed to grab that medical kit before he turned to slug the guy.
Like it's still gripped in his hand.
Sure. Yeah, it's still gripped in his hands, and you manage to get the medical kit, and you drag him into the Jeffries tube, closing the door. Do you wish to revive him?
I'll try. Yeah.
Daring medicine difficulty of 1.
You want to know what her medicine is?
It's awesome. I bet.
It's a 1. Her daring
So you
is
should
10,
look for a
though.
focus, right?
Oh yeah, she has a focus entirely. Clearly cybernetics works here.
Clearly, yeah, sure. You have a 1, so you could click that focus button. It's not gonna matter.
Sure, I'll give you a momentum again.
Got it.
It was exactly what I needed to do.
You have to spend you can spend a momentum for them to immediately get up. It's a momentum. Is that right?
So what was the roll for then?
It's to check his injuries.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. We'll do that.
And then with the first aid task,
I'm just asking from a position of never done medical before.
You can spend 2 momentum, and this will get the patient back up right away.
Yeah, she's got questions.
All right.
She's got lots of questions.
Fox, you come to.
She probably stuck the thing in the wrong place. It's like, it's supposed to go in your neck. It's like, no, it's in your chest. It worked.
Yeah. Ow.
He's you
hi.
okay? Still? No? Breathing. Yeah, that's better than nothing.
Yep. Just sore.
You can crawl still, right?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so you're going to crawl and tell me what's going on. Sir. That is, sir.
Who are you again?
Sorera, sir. Ensign Sorera.
All right. Go that way, Ensign. I'll follow after you.
She'll start crawling off.
Oh, 1 second.
Eh?
Poke his head out to look to see if anyone's out there.
They're gone.
Free gun?
Okay, you take the disruptor pistol. Got it.
I'm not crawling around unarmed if I don't have to. All right, let's go.
There's others hidden. Well, not Starfleet, but others.
Well, unfortunately, it seems the captain has surrendered the ship. So.
Well, you can fly, right?
Yeah, but there's about 8 interceptors all hovering around us. I mean, I can get out of here, but they might chase us down unless we have some plan to make them not see us or care about us.
We'll think of something, maybe.
Oh,
I
if
can
you have
overload things. It's not the best plan, but it's what I can do from here. Well, from near here. Or
Captain surrendered, I think, with the plan of trying to minimize casualties to the ship. So whatever you do, it would have to look like an accident or a malfunction. It can't look like active resistance. Otherwise, everything he's done is for nothing.
Well, we got shot at earlier.
I'm listening
Maybe
in.
someone was doing something important to make sure we didn't have overloads, and now they're not doing that.
All right, so where do we go to do that? other than the engine room, because they're probably taking control of it if they have any brains in them.
I can reroute something.
Let's get to a junction then. Oh. Damn, that hurt.
Go to a place where I can try.
Wait, so what's the plan?
Find something that we can use to access the power system and overload some non-important things that are very distracting.
Basically, give us a cover so they're occupied dealing with that while we grab a shuttle and try to leave.
But maybe, no, I don't know. Is it possible to put a lot of power to a thing and make it just scramble? Put out a.
You can set one of the EPS. So you move to one of like the main EPS junction. Most of the Orions are focused on the group. So control plus security difficulty of 1. One person can be the main role. The other person can assist to kind of find this spot to kind of where you can work at this.
What kind of role is it again? Sorry.
Control security difficulty of 1.
Could I possibly assist with Insight Con? Because I imagine your security's better than mine.
3.
It's about the same as mine, but I have
Control
a better
10.
con. I hope. I'm hoping I can assist with that. Otherwise, I'm actually control security is like 14 for me total. It's actually not bad. Control security, starship recognition. I know how this model of ship is designed.
Add increased complication.
Sure. I'll throw momentum at it just to be safe.
Assist with reverse engineering will point out something close enough on the way.
2 momentum, so you get a 3 momentum gain. So you have a excluded area. You pull out the panel for the EPS junction. Give me daring plus engineering, difficulty of 3.
Power systems.
I'll take that.
Difficulty 3. What does she have? Oh, okay. Threat. A threat.
You probably be keeping watch, Fox, while she's working.
I thought so too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do a threat 2 momentum just because. Yep, and then we'll re-roll that. There we go.
1 and 2.
2 momentum generated, and you set the EPS conduit to overload. So guys need to move quickly because it's gonna blow a good section of this deck.
To the shuttle bay and whoever else you can get to pile in there, because we're probably going to need to move very quickly when that blows.
Near the shuttle bay. Near. Close enough.
Well, let's get moving, Ensign. I don't like the sound that wall's making.
Please follow me, sir. If we need to roll something to actually run, I don't know.
Fitness con difficulty of 1.
No focus.
I'll lead off because I have a pretty high total for this.
I've got a 13.
I'm the same, actually. Funny enough. You lead. You probably have better focus than I do.
I don't have a focus for running.
Neither do I.
Unless I could use power systems for running from an power system overload. I don't think so, though.
I'll go first. I have athletics. Throwing a momentum at it. And I have... Oh, I'm smart. Sorry. Have a threat. Sorry. I forgot what I was.
I forgot what I was.
I'll dig. I'm gonna reroll that 0. At bold con, so.
Yeah. I forgot what I was.
3 momentum.
I have nothing to spend that one on, so
I would like to use that one.
Can't use float.
I
That
can't
Yeah,
use.
you
I
can-
can't use his float. Oh,
because it dies
Okay.
at the end of my task.
yeah.
We can spend one from the 6. We have plenty.
Yeah,
so.
I'll spend one from this. It's difficulty 2.
Diff 1.
Diff 1. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was just clawing for.
Oh my god. Okay.
Unless you have a reroll in there somewhere, I think this is what's going to happen.
Oh, have I supposed to be rolling the challenge die every time I spend something for?
Yes. Roll a challenge dice real quick.
Yep, you might just have some bonus sitting in your pocket. Unfortunately, you might also jump.
2 might
One of them.
Goodbye from the complications. With that bonus momentum.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
We could probably buy off the second one, couldn't we, as well?
Well,
Yeah.
instead of 5, we go down to 3.
Yeah. All right. You both make it to the shuttle bay where the civilians are waiting for you. As you hear a loud explosion on the deck. And even though the rudder is still sounding, its computer's going, warning, decompression on deck 6. Warning.
That's our cue. Everyone get in.
Dun, dun. But as you're you still are on top of in the shuttle bay.
Hit them in flight control. It's like, yep.
With the loud explosion, there are 2 Orion guards inside the shuttle bay, and they're kind of shaking, wondering what's going on as the 2 of you make it in there, and the civilians are on the other side.
Oh, they were there before.
They're not looking up here. They're looking around here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whispering to the ensign. Do you think you can get a force field and just hold them right there while we get out of here?
If I get into this room, probably.
Go ahead.
Force fields don't work that way, so.
Oh, I know what I could do. I could start opening and shutting doors down the hallway.
Or you could get everyone in the control room, close the doors, decompress, recompress, and then get in the shuttle and leave.
Yes, but inexperienced and idealistic.
Open it all the way. You just need to open like a little inch so that all the oxygen leaves.
Yeah, because if they just go into apoxia, they'll just hit the deck. That's not good for them. They could be revived.
Okay, fair enough.
You don't need violent decompression like throwing them out. You can just suck all the oxygen out of the room by opening it like a millimeter.
Yeah. GM, is that thing we could do if we gather everyone up here into that control room? And like put up little force fields to protect ourselves or doors to protect us.
It's a shuttle bay. It's meant to be decompressed.
Yeah.
If we're in the control room.
Someone's gonna notice. Just FYI.
Yeah, but if they notice this, then they would notice you leaving anyways. Like, you're not gonna get away unnoticed.
Unless I specifically spend time to try and hide system activities.
No, I was saying if they notice you because you've decompressed the bay, then they'll notice that you decompressed the bay regardless of why you did it.
I'm saying someone else somewhere is going to notice something.
Oh, someone else on the ship might notice something weird's happening down here.
Oh, which?
Fox is gonna hand the ensign the disruptor.
Oh. Okay. She definitely knows how to use this.
And the intention is to rapidly rush down there to physically punch one of these guys out.
Do you not have your phaser?
I think he does. No, he surrendered his. I have my phaser. I never surrendered my phaser.
But the
He's gonna
assumption is
punch-
if phasers are shot, that's going to set off security alarms. If he punches people out, they might not know anything's wrong yet. And there's backup phasers or disruptor in this person's hand.
Okay, and you're good at punching, so go ahead. Say go ahead like I could stop you, but yeah.
Rah.
Leap
Daring
off.
plus security opposed.
Leaping off the balcony and ham fisting this guy.
Going to going to challenge the value. Fast ships, strange new worlds, because that's not really the issue at the moment. It's trying not to die.
Sure.
Also, we're not trying to acquire a fast ship.
Yeah, no. Either the third or last value throughout the handbook and wrote my own, or when all looks lost, improvise.
You're improvising at this stage, no matter what you're doing. So.
I was
Yeah.
throw 2 momentum to buy an extra die. So I'm nervous. I don't have focus for this. Oh, that was a good spend.
2 momentum back. 4 challenge dice. So only 2.
It also said it was rolling 4 anyway.
Silly thing.
It's 4 stress damage.
No, it's
Mean
6.
red hook.
Oh, 6. Yeah.
You've been rolling a lot of effects with that.
He is knocked out. My question is, because no one ever uses this, do you wish to do, because they're right next to each other, do you wish to do
Secondary target.
secondary target for 2 momentum, which is
Yep,
half
I was
the
thinking
damage?
that.
Okay, that's 3 stress to him.
Probably we better, instead of doing that, to just swift task.
Or
and
swift task, yeah.
Yeah, swift task is better because I won't drop him. So I'll swift task
Okay.
and just take a swing at this guy.
He gets an increase automatic success because increased difficulty for the swift task, so it's opposed daring security.
Yep, spending a momentum. Shocker of shockers.
You get a momentum. There is a complication.
Press enter. For some reason, I think I want to reroll those fails. Just wild guess. Gotta
It's
be
4.
1 threat to top him off.
Sure. It's not gonna haunt you in a second. He goes down as there's 2 engaged Orion pirates.
I think I broke my damn hand. Everyone get in, please. Ow.
You are definitely hurting. But during the encounter, you get stabbed by his dagger for stress. So you are definitely kind of like, it's in the leg. And he's just, you knock him out, and he just hits you in the leg, and it's stuck there.
All right, we're just gonna deal with that later. Just don't move the knife. We'll worry about that later.
So you get into the shuttle,
Yep.
Go, go, go. Gesturing to the civilians.
and you stay behind as the civilians come in. As you're starting pre-flight checks, one of the civilians, a little girl, comes down and she slips and falls and hurts herself on the ground on the ladder.
To hurry over to help her. I pretty much try to just carry her into the shuttle.
She is screaming as another civilian comes out to help deal with it.
Oh.
They're all unconscious. Ah,
No, that's because I copied.
I know.
The doors open as 4 more Ryan pirates come in. And they look at you, Sarissa. We are in combat. What do you do?
Ha. What's a disruptor?
3.
With vicious one, I believe.
Yes, vicious one.
Use your phaser with area.
I have a type 1 phaser.
It should still have area.
Yes, it does. It's a type 1 phaser.
Well, yeah, you're gonna need to give them all the threat so you generate momentum, but
Sure, yeah, we'll pull the
You're-
type 1 and, or
your other option is just leave the 2 people behind, so
inexperienced and idealistic.
yeah, so phaser's the way to go.
Yeah, okay, we'll pull a phaser and charge for area. And, yeah.
Complication, they're not all grouped together, so you're going to hit 2.
Oh, well, 2's better than none.
So, roll control security difficulty of 2.
Control security, the value of, inexperienced and idealistic.
I can take on 4 people by myself, sure.
Are you challenging that?
No, using it. This is by all means a terrible idea for anyone who knows better.
I'll take pay kindness forward.
I could use pay kindness forward, yeah. Or nothing better than practical experience. Let's learn how to fight right now.
I'll take pay kindness forward. So
Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Which I only need 2 to hit, so hey, no focus. Oh, look at that.
1 momentum generated. It is
3 momentum generated.
Oh yes, 3. That's right.
Do I roll on that too?
You need to roll. It is 2 plus your security, so 5 challenge dice.
No, I was meaning the untapped potential.
Yes, you do need to roll for untapped potential. I
Is
get
that
a
good or
threat.
bad?
I
Damn
get
it.
a threat. You have a bonus momentum float, so
Oh, okay, and we've got a bone. Okay. Oh, so that's 1 to each. Got it.
yes.
Yeah.
Learning.
So mine's permanent.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
That's
that
enough.
list.
Yeah.
That is kind of abysmal. We'll use that 1 to reroll 3. There we go.
Hey.
That takes 2 of them down as you fire your phaser. Do you wish to keep the initiative?
Yeah.
Swift task and shoot the other 2.
They're spaced out from each other, I think. Aren't
Yes,
they?
they're spaced out from each other.
Quick to action civvy dude to do civvy things. Right?
You can
They're
yes, they're part of the
counting
yes, they're part of the initiative.
yeah. God.
You gain a momentum. She grabs her daughter and gets in the shuttle. As you're starting pre-flight, you get the engine started. The doors open. More Orions come down the hall. And up top.
Yeah, take off.
It's their go though. So, 1 is going to shoot at you, Sarissa.
Sorera, but yeah.
Sorora. Soraya.
They do all have.
Sor-
It's almost like they're a family with all of these similar names.
That is a hit.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
That's
oh
8.
my god!
Yeah. Down the hall. This guy down here.
She just drops.
Yeah, no, there's no standing to that.
She helps so theatrical. She goes to help them in. She turns around, noticing all the rest of the Orions, and then she gets shot in the chest, square in the chest by one of the Orions. It is now your turn, Fox.
So load the torpedoes. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally running away. Are you kidding me? I have civilians with me.
You launch the shuttlecraft. You head out into space. You see all of the Orion interceptors surrounding the Angelo as one of the interceptors quickly moves to intercept and fires upon you, striking the vessel, damaging your engines. The closer you make your way towards the closest planet in the system, which happens to be the planet where the Borg are on, and give me, as your ship is hurling down, give me a daring plus con assisted by the ship's engines plus con difficulty of 3.
Have a momentum.
You mean a threat?
Threat, sorry. Small craft is a focus.
Yes. A momentum was gained. As the ship engines were damaged, you hurled down 50 kilometers away from the actual Borg vessel. Not 50, 500 kilometers away from the Borg, essentially dig site, and you managed to crash land in a mountainous region. And with that, we will cut to the next scene. As I'm trying to, my roll 20 bugged, I can't clear everything, so. As you continue to hear the story from Alan on the heroics of your sister and what she did. Unsure if she's alive or dead, just
Oh, she's
going
drinking her drink now.
I should have went back for her.
You did exactly what was needed to be done. I don't like saying that. I'm sure you can imagine. And I don't think you like hearing it. But, if I were in her place, I would have wanted you to do the same thing. It's not how I would have gone about escaping a ship, though. But, I suppose we have different focuses in how we go about things. We always were not exactly the same kind of sister.
Just, during, after the crash landing, the 5 of us managed to make our way inside the caverns. Luckily, it was filled with Kelbonite, so the Orions weren't able to find us inside the cave system. But to be honest, I think she's still alive. At least I hope she is. Found her comm badge on the cave floor when we eventually ventured out. Belongs to your, and he kind of pulls it out and hands it to you.
His her mother's com badge
Your sister's com badge.
on the cave floor. Oh, after the crash, it was.
After the crash, we took shelter, and they came looking for us. I think they used her to try and find us, but they were unsuccessful.
Huh.
But she did leave this behind. She's
Oh, well.
alive. At least that's what I need to believe.
You're not the only one there with that. She is. Well, I can say clever. You've already seen that.
When my leg was feeling better, I eventually made the 50-kilometer hike to the Borg dig site. There was no trace of the Borg or the away team, and the shuttle was gone too.
No, it sounds like the captain had already told the Orion that they were there, so.
It's just like they vanished without a trace. There was no damage, no indication of battle. I mean, I don't even know what the 8 Orion interceptors would be able to do against even a Borg vessel like that. I mean,
Unless they got lucky, not much.
true enough. He takes a swig of his fourth and final drink. This is my personal communication. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me.
Of course.
And he gets up and walks out the bar.
That goes both ways. As he's leaving.
Kind of turns around and nods and walks out.
She's probably just turning that comm badge over in her hand slowly, like, Yeah, no, she's finishing that drink.
You finish the drink, a little tipsy, not total drunk, but what do you do?
Back to the ship, and then, yeah, I've got a person that I need to call. Her dad, I mean, because I imagine he knows what she did. So there's the, I need to tell him.
After a while, you get back to your quarters. The ship is about ready to head out, disembark.
Oh. Let's see if we can get a line to Mirrorin on Kate.
A few moments pass by, and you manage to get a line into your father. Sarissa, it is good to see you.
Good to see you too, Dad. Sorry, this is. I'm just going to say it. 'Cause I don't know how else to. I got contacted by one of the Angelo's crew. We just finished talking.
I thought they were all missing in action.
Well, apparently he got unmissing. There's a reason he got unmissing too. That's because of Sirurin. Sururia. But he thinks they're alive still. So there's that.
been a decade, Sarissa. You would think we've heard something by now, but
Well, yes, but also sometimes not. We didn't hear anything from him till now. He only got out, he said, 8 months? There's hope. Always hope. I thought you should know.
tell me, what did he tell you? You do not have to roleplay that out, just so you know.
Yeah, she will. And then also,
4 hours later. No.
yeah, probably a lot more abbreviated because it's the I'm trying to not break down while saying this because I'm still processing it thing.
And then my sister was shot several times with disruptor fire and almost died.
Once,
She got
maybe
shot
once.
She got-
But then the also we're going to this starbase, so I don't know if you want to move. We'll be in that area. We're putting more civilians on ships again.
I'll think about it.
We do have, what is her job again? Art curator? It's an art curator, right? That's what the captain's wife, the person thing is.
Yeah.
He's an artist.
So?
Yeah, her father's an artist.
Oh, yeah.
She's trying to bribe him.
Perhaps I need to think about this news that your sister and mother could be alive.
Of course. Yes. That's all Father.
I'll be in touch soon. Be safe.
You too.
And with that, we'll conclude the episode.